flickering fluorescent light of the coroner's office still makes my skin crawl even years later. It's funny, the things that stick with you, not the smell of formaldehyde, though that was certainly present, but the way the light hummed, a low, unsettling drone, that and the look on Detective Miller's face. He was trying to be kind, but his eyes held that familiar pity, the kind I'd seen 100 times since everything started. My name is Alex Thorne, and I used to think I knew a lot about movies. I certainly knew a lot about my brother Liam, or I thought I did. He was the visionary, the indie filmmaker who lived in Breath Cinema. I was the practical one, the sound engineer, the guy who made sure the camera batteries were charged and the boom mic didn't cast a shadow. We were a team, always. Liam perpetually chasing the impossible shot and me trying to keep him grounded enough to actually finish a project. He was only 32 when he died, and I was 35. This was back in the late summer, almost early fall, when the leaves were just starting to get that crisp, golden edge, making everything look like a movie set already. Liam's final project, Echoes in the Pines, was supposed to be his masterpiece. A psychological thriller shot entirely in the remote Blackwood forest about a recluse slowly losing his grip on reality. Classic Liam, really. He loved isolation as a narrative device. I loved it less as a living condition. For weeks, it was just us two deep in the woods, our tiny cabin miles from the nearest paved road. No cell service, no internet, just the rustle of leaves and the hum of our generator. Liam swore by it, said the silence helped him think, helped him capture the raw emotion of the wilderness. I just found it quiet, too quiet sometimes. We'd bought the cabin cheap, a ramshackle place with more character than structural integrity. It was perfect for the movie, though, weather-beaten, surrounded by towering, ancient trees that blocked out most of the sky. The nearest town, Blackwood Creek, was a sleepy cluster of about 500 souls, mainly retirees and a few grizzled lumberjacks. We'd stock up on supplies once a week, make small talk with Mrs. Henderson at the general store, and then disappear back into the green tunnel of the forest road. I remember that last week so clearly. Liam was buzzing. He'd shot the final scene, a long, intense monologue, and was already planning the edit. "This is it, Alex," he'd said, eyes wild with excitement. "This is the one that gets us noticed." He was going to hole up in the cabin, just him and his editing suite, for a few days to get the rough cut done. He'd sent me back to my place in the city, an hour and a half away, to pick up some specialized sound equipment he needed for post-production and to deal with some bureaucratic nonsense for our LLC. I hated leaving him alone, but he insisted, said he needed to be uninterrupted by my constant need for human interaction. He grinned when he said it, but I knew he was serious about needing absolute solitude for his creative process. So I drove off, watching his figure shrink in my rearview mirror as he waved from the cabin porch, a faded flannel shirt and a wild mess of dark hair. He was practically vibrating with creative energy. I remember thinking, he's going to work himself to death. I couldn't have known how prophetic that thought would be. 3 days later, I drove back, the special microphones rattling in the passenger seat. The sun was dipping below the tree line, casting long, eerie shadows across the forest road. It had rained that afternoon, leaving the air thick with the smell of wet earth and pine. Usually when I pulled up, Liam would be out on the porch waiting, a half-empty mug of coffee in his hand. But this time the porch was empty. No lights were on inside, which was odd. Liam was a night owl, especially when editing. I cut the engine and the sudden silence felt heavy, pressing in on me. The only sound was the drip of water from the eaves and the distant hoot of an owl. A faint unease stirred in my gut. It was nothing, probably just Liam lost in his work, but something felt off. It was too quiet, even for the Blackwood. I grabbed the gear and walked up to the front door. It was slightly ajar, maybe an inch or two. My stomach tightened. Liam was meticulous about locking up, even when we were miles from anywhere. He always said, "You never know what might wander out of the woods." I pushed the door open slowly, a faint creak echoing in the stillness. "Liam," my voice sounded thin, swallowed by the cabin's dark interior. The air inside was cold, stale, even though it had been warm outside earlier. A faint metallic smell like old pennies hung in the air. The editing suite where Liam usually lived and breathed was completely dark. No monitor glow, no hum of the computer, nothing. My heart began to pound a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. I reached for the light switch, flipping it up. The single bulb in the main room sputtered, then cast a weak yellow glow across the familiar space. And that's when I saw it. The camera, his old Super 8, lay on the floor near the overturned coffee table. Not neatly placed, but as if it had been dropped, almost thrown. It wasn't broken, but it was just there. And beside it, a dark, viscous stain spreading into the worn wooden floorboards. My breath caught in my throat. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that something was terribly, terribly wrong. The silence wasn't just silence anymore. It was a vacuum sucking the air from the room from my lungs. And in that awful, suffocating quiet, a low, guttural growl seemed to vibrate through the very floor beneath my feet, coming from somewhere deeper within the cabinet. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. The growl, it wasn't human, not quite. It was too low, too rough, something primal and ancient that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards beneath my feet. It came from deeper within the cabin, past the main living area where the single hallway led to the small bathroom and the two bedrooms. Liam's bedroom, where he often set up a secondary editing station, and the smaller guest room, which was mostly storage. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to get out of this cabin and back into the relative safety of my car, to drive until the Blackwood Forest was a distant memory. But another, stronger instinct, born of 35 years of sibling loyalty, locked my feet to the floor. Liam, he was in there. The thought of him, alone and vulnerable, propelled me forward, overriding the terror gnawing at my gut. Liam, I tried again, my voice barely a whisper, a pathetic attempt to cut through the suffocating quiet. The metallic smell was stronger now, coppery and sickening. My eyes darted around the main room, the overturned coffee table, the fallen camera. No signs of forced entry on the front door, though it had been left ajar. But Liam never left the door open. He was paranoid about forest creatures, even just raccoons. This was wrong, all of it. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I gripped the heavy tripod I'd brought in with the sound equipment. It wasn't much, but it was something. I moved slowly, silently, towards the hallway, my gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the weak yellow light of the living room bulb. Each step was a monumental effort, my shoes squeaking faintly on the old wood. The growl hadn't repeated, but the feeling of being watched, of something malevolent lurking just out of sight, was palpable. The hairs on my arms stood on end. As I neared the hallway, the light from the living room barely penetrated. I peered into the gloom. The air was even colder here, clinging to me like a shroud. I saw the bathroom door slightly ajar and then Liam's bedroom door, which was fully open, revealing a deeper, absolute blackness within. Liam, are you there? My voice was barely a croak now. No answer, only the drip of water from the eaves outside, sounding unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. And then a faint, rhythmic scratching sound, not the growl, but something else. Something small, persistent, coming from Liam's bedroom. I pushed forward one slow step at a time, my eyes straining to make sense of the shadows. My hand fumbled for the light switch on the wall beside Liam's bedroom door. My fingers found it, cold and smooth, beneath my touch. I flicked it up. The bare bulb in Liam's room sputtered to life, casting a harsh, immediate light that made me blink. And then I saw it. Not Liam, not immediately. The room was a disaster. Liam's editing desk, usually meticulously organized, was overturned, monitors smashed, hard drives scattered across the floor. The chair was on its side, wood splintered. Papers, notes, script pages, the very soul of Echoes in the Pines, were strewn everywhere, some stained with that same dark, viscous liquid I'd seen by the camera. The stench of it was overpowering in here. And on the far wall near the window was the source of the scratching. A small wooden stool pulled up to the sill, and on the sill itself a dark, ragged tear in the screen. Through the tear something glinted, a piece of glass, a sharp shard from a broken mirror embedded in the frame. And next to it claw marks deeply gouged into the wood. Big, ragged claw marks. But what truly made my blood run cold was the trail. A trail of viscous, dark liquid, almost black in the yellow light, leading from the shattered desk across the strewn papers right to the open window. It wasn't just drops, it was a smear, as if something heavy had been dragged across the floor and then out. My gaze followed the gruesome path out the broken window. The night was pressing in, the trees a solid wall of shadow. But even in the deepening twilight, I could make out a dark, glistening trail leading from the window across the small patch of grass outside and disappearing into the dense undergrowth of the forest. Liam was gone. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He wasn't in the cabin. Whatever had made that growl, whatever had torn this room apart, it had taken him. Panic clawed at my throat, tightening it until I could barely breathe. My vision swam. I stumbled back against the doorframe, the tripod clattering to the floor. No, I gasped, the word ripped from my lungs. No, Liam. I lunged for the window, pushing aside the broken glass without caring if it cut me. I peered out, desperate, my eyes scanning the encroaching darkness. Nothing, just the impenetrable wall of trees. The air outside was thick with the smell of wet earth and pine, now mixed with that sickening metallic tang. I had to find him, I had to. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the chaos. The overturned desk, the smashed equipment, the blood, it looked like a struggle. But against what? An animal, a bear, but the growl hadn't sounded like a bear. And the claw marks, they were too deliberate, too sharp. I pulled myself back inside, my hands shaking so badly I could barely think. I needed to call someone, the sheriff. The nearest town was Blackwood Creek, which meant Sheriff Brody. But then I remembered, no cell service, not out here. The cabin landline, it was an old rotary phone in the living room, mostly for emergencies. I stumbled out of Liam's room, almost tripping over the tripod. My foot hit something hard and small. I looked down. It was a USB stick. Liam's backup drive, probably. I instinctively bent down and snatched it up, stuffing it into my pocket without really registering why. I found the phone, old and dusty, on a small table by the sofa. My fingers fumbled with the dial, trying to remember Sheriff Brody's number. I'd seen it written on a fridge magnet once. Mrs. Henderson's general store number was 555-123. The sheriff was 555-111, I think, or was it 112? My hands were sweating. I tried 555-111. The phone rang, a long, hollow sound that echoed in the cabin's stillness. 1 ring, 2, 3, an answering machine. You've reached Sheriff Brody. I'm likely out on a call or enjoying some peace and quiet. Leave a message after the beep and I'll get back to you. Beep. Sheriff, I choked out, my voice raw. This is Alex Thorne, Liam Thorne's brother. I'm at the cabin. Something's happened. Liam's gone. There's blood and the cabin's trashed. I think he was attacked. Please, Sheriff, you need to come out here immediately, please. I hung up, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Now what? Wait, how long would it take him to get here? The drive from Blackwood Creek was at least 30 minutes, probably 45 on these dirt roads, especially in the dark. I couldn't just wait, not knowing Liam was out there, possibly hurt or worse. The thought was unbearable. I had to go after him. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen counter, a heavy-duty camping one. My eyes landed on the old hunting rifle Liam kept for show, propped in the corner. He wasn't a hunter, but he liked the aesthetic. For dramatic effect, he'd always say. I pulled it out. It was heavy, cold. I didn't know how to use it, not really. Liam had shown me once years ago. Safety off, rack the slide, aim, fire. I found the small box of shells tucked behind it. A handful, better than nothing. Before heading out, a sudden thought struck me. The camera, Liam's Super 8, he was a filmmaker. He documented everything. Maybe it recorded something. I knelt down beside the overturned coffee table, my hands shaking as I picked up the old camera. It was heavier than it looked, solid metal. I opened the side panel. The film was still inside. My heart leaped with a flicker of desperate hope. Liam might have been filming, might have captured whatever happened. He was always chasing the impossible shot, even in dire circumstances. I carefully removed the film cartridge. It was a small, delicate thing. I couldn't view it here, not without a projector or specialized equipment. But it was a lead something. I tucked it safely into my pocket, right next to the USB drive. Then, with the flashlight clutched in one hand and the rifle in the other, I steeled myself. I was going into the Blackwood. I stepped out of Liam's bedroom, past the main living area and out the front door. The air outside was thick and damp, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. It was almost completely dark now, the weak sliver of moon barely piercing the dense canopy. The cabin, with its single, sputtering light, looked like a lone beacon of vulnerability against the encroaching night. I clicked on the flashlight. The beam cut a stark white tunnel through the darkness, illuminating the front porch. The viscous trail leading from Liam's window was easier to see now, a dark, glistening path on the dew-kissed grass. It led straight into the forest, disappearing into the black maw of the trees. I paused, listening. The forest was alive with the sound of crickets, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the distant hoot of an owl, but beneath it all I heard nothing else. No struggle, no cries, no growls, just the endless, suffocating silence of the Blackwood. Liam, I called out, my voice thin and reedy, no answer. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing pulse. This was insane, going into the woods alone in the dark, with a rifle I barely knew how to use, chasing a trail of what looked like blood. But I couldn't abandon him, I wouldn't. I stepped off the porch, the wet grass cold beneath my sneakers. The flashlight beam danced ahead of me, illuminating the forest floor. The trail was clear, leading me deeper, ever deeper into the heart of the Blackwood. The trees were ancient, towering sentinels, their branches interlocking overhead to create a dense, oppressive ceiling. It felt like walking into a tunnel, a vast, dark labyrinth where the air grew colder and the shadows seemed to twist and writhe. The metallic smell was fainter here, diluted by the rich, earthy scent of the forest, but it was still there, a constant reminder of the horror that had unfolded. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept the rifle raised, pointing it vaguely ahead, my finger hovering near the trigger. What was I expecting to find? A wounded animal, a deranged person, or something else entirely? The growl I'd heard, it resonated in my memory, a sound that felt out of place in any natural predator. I followed the trail for what felt like an eternity, though it couldn't have been more than 10 or 15 minutes. The trees grew thicker, the ground more uneven. The faint path I was following, which seemed to be little more than an animal track, was barely visible even with the flashlight. The air grew heavy, damp, and my lungs burned with the effort of breathing. The trail of blood, or whatever it was, continued relentlessly. It led me over gnarled roots, past moss-covered boulders, through dense thickets of ferns. I noticed details I hadn't processed before, the way some of the drops seemed unusually large, almost globs, and the odd, dark sheen to them, like oil mixed with something organic. Suddenly, the trail veered sharply to the left, leading towards a small, rocky outcropping. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating something lying on the ground near the base of the rocks. My breath hitched. It was a piece of fabric, faded flannel, Liam's shirt, the same one I'd seen him wearing when I drove away 3 days ago. It was torn, ragged, and stained with the same dark, ominous liquid. "Liam," I screamed, my voice cracking, echoing eerily through the silent woods. I rushed towards the shirt, stumbling over roots. I fell to my knees, snatching it up. The fabric was cold, damp, and underneath it, pressed into the soft earth, was a distinct footprint, not a boot print, something larger, not exactly human, but not fully animal either. It was long, narrow, with deep indentations for what looked like 3 powerful toes. And something else, something sharp at the heel, a claw. My mind recoiled from the implications. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't a regular animal. I scrambled to my feet, my head spinning. I had to be careful. Whatever had taken Liam was still out here. It was powerful, and it had left these prints. The trail continued beyond the rocky outcropping, but it was fainter now, harder to follow. The trees here were particularly old, their trunks thick and ancient, covered in a shaggy moss that absorbed all sound. I felt like I was walking into a primeval forest, a place untouched by time. The flashlight beam flickered. My heart leaped into my throat. No, not now. I slapped the side of the flashlight. The beam steadied, but it was weaker. The batteries were dying. I cursed under my breath. I hadn't thought to grab spares. I pressed on, my eyes straining, trying to make out any detail in the oppressive gloom. The ground began to slope downwards, leading into a shallow ravine. The air grew colder still, carrying a faint, earthy smell mixed with something else, something metallic and rotten. It was like the smell of a forgotten grave. The ravine floor was matted with centuries of fallen leaves, thick and spongy beneath my feet. The trail, almost invisible now, seemed to lead towards a particularly dense cluster of old-growth trees. They stood together like silent, ancient guardians, their branches twisted and gnarled. I was almost upon them when I heard it again. A low, guttural rumble, closer this time, so close it seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath my feet. It was the same growl I'd heard in the cabin, but amplified, raw with predatory power. It wasn't a warning, it was a challenge, a territorial roar. I froze, every muscle tensed, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The flashlight, now barely a dim glow, wavered in my trembling hand. I raised the rifle, pointing it towards the sound, though I couldn't see anything. Then a flicker of movement in the shadows just beyond the cluster of trees. A shape, large, dark, it was hunched over something on the ground. My stomach churned. Was it Liam? "Who's there?" I screamed, my voice hoarse with fear and desperation. "Show yourself." The growl intensified, a deep, vibrating chord of menace, and then from the shadows a form emerged. It wasn't an animal I recognized. It was tall, perhaps 7 or 8 feet, with a gaunt, almost skeletal frame. Its skin was dark like old bark and seemed to ripple in the dim light. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, ending in wickedly sharp black claws. Its head was small, almost human-like in shape, but devoid of features except for 2 glowing, red eyes that burned with a malevolent intelligence. Its mouth, when it opened, was a jagged tear in its face, filled with needle-sharp teeth. It looked like something from Liam's darkest nightmares, something from a horror movie come to life. My mind screamed in denial. This couldn't be real. This wasn't possible. Yet it stood before me, undeniably present, emanating an aura of ancient, primal evil that made every fiber of my being scream to flee. The creature took a step forward, its long, clawed foot making no sound on the leaf-strewn ground. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, a terrifying grace. The red eyes fixed on me, burning into my soul. I could feel its gaze, feel its hunger. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, trying to dispel the nightmare. When I opened them, it was still there, closer now. "Stay back," I yelled, lifting the rifle, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold it steady. The creature tilted its head, a slow, deliberate movement that was more human than animal, and a low, guttural sound, almost like a laugh, rumbled in its throat. It began to stalk towards me, slowly, deliberately. Each step was agony for me. My feet felt rooted to the ground, my mind screamed at me to run, but my body refused to obey. I was paralyzed by sheer terror. I knew I had to do something. I raised the rifle, aimed it vaguely at the creature's chest, and pulled the trigger. The shot cracked through the silent forest, a deafening roar that ripped through the oppressive quiet. The kickback jolted my shoulder. The creature flinched, a surprised sound escaping its jagged mouth, but it didn't fall, it didn't even seem hurt. Instead, it let out a shriek, a sound that ripped through the air, piercing my eardrums and burrowing deep into my brain. It was a sound of pure rage, of ancient fury unleashed. It lunged. I didn't think, I reacted. I threw myself to the side, tumbling over roots and rocks, hitting the ground hard. The rifle flew from my grasp, clattering somewhere in the darkness. My head slammed against a mossy stone, sending a searing pain through my skull. My vision blurred. I scrambled backwards, desperately trying to get away, my hands tearing at the earth, pulling myself through the thick carpet of leaves. The creature was right behind me, its heavy breathing audible now, a ragged, raspy sound. I felt a gust of wind as a massive claw swiped past my head, missing me by inches. Panic gave me a burst of adrenaline. I managed to push myself to my feet, my legs wobbly, my head throbbing. I couldn't see the creature clearly in the dim light, but I could feel its presence, a looming shadow of death just behind me. I ran blindly, desperately, through the ravine, scrambling up the other side, crashing through the undergrowth, not caring where I was going, just away from it. The dying flashlight beam was almost useless now. I could barely see my own feet. The trees blurred into an indistinguishable wall of black. Branches whipped at my face, leaves slapped against my skin, but I didn't slow down. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the terror was a hotter fire urging me on. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the undergrowth, moving with frightening speed. Its growls and shrieks echoed through the trees, a terrifying symphony of pursuit. It was toying with me, I realized, with a fresh wave of despair. It wasn't trying to catch me immediately, it was enjoying the chase. I stumbled again, falling to my knees, scraping them raw on unseen rocks. My chest heaved, I couldn't go on, my breath was ragged, my vision swimming. As I struggled to stand, something caught my eye, a faint light far off in the distance. Impossible, there was nothing out here. Hope, desperate and foolish, surged through me. It had to be the cabin. I had circled back. Or maybe someone else was out here, Sheriff Brody. I forced myself up, renewed energy flooding my exhausted limbs, towards the light. I ran towards it, my focus entirely on that distant, flickering glow. The chase continued for what felt like an eternity. The creature's sounds were closer now, too close. I could hear the snap of twigs under its heavy footfalls, feel the vibration in the ground. I was losing ground. Just as I felt my strength giving out, as the darkness threatened to swallow me whole, I burst out of the dense tree line. I wasn't back at the cabin. I was in a small, dilapidated clearing. In the center stood a crumbling stone structure, half overgrown with ivy, its roof long since collapsed. It looked like the ruins of an old cabin or a watchman's shack abandoned decades ago. And the light, the faint, flickering glow emanated from within this ruin, pulsing with a strange, otherworldly rhythm. Before I could process what I was seeing, the creature was upon me. It emerged from the trees, a monstrous silhouette against the faint glow, its red eyes blazing. I had no weapon, no strength left. I braced for the inevitable. But it didn't strike. It stopped at the edge of the clearing, just shy of the ruined structure, its head tilted, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Its gaze, however, wasn't on me. It was on the crumbling ruins, on the light. The light pulsed again, brighter this time, bathing the clearing in an eerie green glow. And as it did, the creature took a step back, a visible tremor passing through its gaunt frame. It let out another shriek, but this one was different, not of rage, but of fear. It turned abruptly and vanished back into the tree line, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. The sounds of its retreat faded rapidly into the distance. I stood there panting, my legs threatening to give out, staring at the spot where the creature had been. It was gone, I was safe, for now. My eyes slowly turned to the ruins. The light continued to pulse, a soft, inviting green. It seemed to be coming from deep within the broken structure. A strange curiosity, a morbid fascination began to replace the raw terror. What was in there that had scared away that thing? Ignoring the throbbing pain in my head and the protests of my exhausted body, I staggered towards the ruins. The air around the structure felt different, charged with a strange energy, cool and heavy. The smell of damp earth and moss was strong here, but underlying it was a faint, almost electrical tang. I pushed aside a curtain of ivy, revealing a gaping hole where a door used to be. Inside, the ruins were even more dilapidated than they appeared from the outside. Timbers lay scattered, the roof open to the sky in places, allowing slivers of moonlight to pierce through the canopy. The green light pulsed from the very center of the floor, emanating from a large, moss-covered stone slab. As I stepped closer, my heart began to pound again, but this time not purely from fear. It was a mix of apprehension and a strange, almost hypnotic pull. The green light was emanating from a circular symbol carved into the stone slab. It was ancient, intricate, spiraling outwards from a central point, glowing with an inner luminescence. And around the slab, arrayed in a rough circle, were several small, grotesque carvings made of dark, gnarled wood. They looked like crude, stylized figures with elongated limbs and sharp, beak-like faces. They were unsettling, like pagan idols. As I stared at the glowing symbol, I felt a peculiar sensation, like a low-frequency hum vibrating through my bones. It wasn't unpleasant exactly, but it was profoundly unsettling. It felt like I was standing on the precipice of something vast, something ancient and powerful far beyond human comprehension. Then I noticed something else on the stone slab just beside the glowing symbol, a small, familiar object. Liam's old journal, the one he carried everywhere, filled with his scribbled notes, his ideas, his dreams. I recognized the worn leather cover, the dog-eared pages. My breath hitched. Liam had been here, he must have left it, or worse, he had been taken here. I knelt down, reaching for the journal. My fingers brushed against the cold stone, and as I touched it, the green light flared, brighter than before, pulsing with an intense energy that seemed to resonate deep within my core. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I felt a faint ringing in my ears. I snatched the journal, pulling my hand away from the glowing stone. As my fingers closed around the familiar leather, I felt a strange sense of comfort, a fleeting connection to my brother amidst the chaos. I flipped open the journal, my eyes scanning the familiar scrawl, Liam's handwriting. My eyes struggled to focus in the dim, pulsing light. Most of the pages were filled with movie ideas, character sketches, philosophical musings, but near the back the writing changed. It became more frantic, the lines closer together, the ink darker. It was dated just 2 days ago, the day after I left. The silence, it's getting to me. I thought I needed it, but it's too much. The forest feels alive, watching. I hear things, whispers, not words exactly, but something, sentient in the rustle of the leaves. My heart hammered against my ribs. I turned the page, my eyes devouring the words. It's not imagination, I saw something. A shadow in the periphery, tall and thin, moving too fast. It's observing me. I feel its eyes even when I can't see it. This isn't isolation, it's surveillance. The cabin isn't safe. I tried to lock everything, but the feeling persists. It wants something, I don't know what. It knows I'm here. It's playing with me. My blood ran cold. This was exactly what I had seen. The creature, Liam, had seen it too. I flipped another page, the words a desperate cry from the grave. It came to the window last night, tapping not a branch, a finger, long, skeletal. I couldn't move. I saw its eyes, red, burning. It wasn't a dream. It was real. I recorded it, I think. My hands were shaking too much. It wants the forest. It wants to protect it. But from what from us is this place truly alive? I found the clearing, the old ruins. I stumbled upon it while trying to get away to clear my head. There's a light, green. It scares the thing. It retreats from it. This place, it's a sanctuary or a prison. There's a symbol on the stone, an ancient one, not human, a key, a lock. Liam had been here. He'd found the ruins. He'd seen the creature he knew. I continued reading, the words blurring through my tears, a horrifying premonition tightening its grip on my chest. I think it's coming for me. It's angry. I took something from it, a part of the forest, it thinks, my film, my story. It wants it back. It doesn't want the world to know its secrets. The green light, it wards it off, but it's fading. I need to understand this symbol. I need to finish this, to expose it. This is the ultimate narrative device, the raw emotion of true fear, my masterpiece. If I can just activate it, understand its power. It's here. I hear it outside the cabin, growling. I think it's waiting for the light to fade, for the sun to set. It knows I'm alone. The last entry was scrawled, almost illegible, the ink smeared. It's in the cabin, my camera still rolling. I hear the growl. I need to get to the clearing, to the symbol, to activate it, to stop it. The film must survive. Alex, if you find this, finish the story, expose the echoes, don't let it win, don't let it silence the pines. The light, it's fading. The writing stopped abruptly. The page was torn as if ripped from the journal in a hurry. My blood ran cold. He had been here, he had faced it, he had known, and he had tried to stop it. Liam, I whispered, clutching the journal to my chest, my voice thick with grief and a dawning, terrifying understanding. He hadn't just died, he'd been hunted, killed by that thing, because of his film, because he was trying to expose its secrets. My brother, the visionary, chasing the impossible shot, had found a truth far more terrifying than any fiction, and he had died for it. The green light on the stone slab flickered, then dimmed slightly. The grotesque wooden carvings around it seemed to pulse in response, their shadows lengthening, dancing on the crumbling walls. The air grew colder, heavier. A new realization dawned on me, chilling me to the bone. Liam had found the clearing, found the symbol, believed it would protect him or perhaps even activate some power to fight the creature. But the creature had got to him. The struggle in the cabin, the trail of blood, the path to the clearing, he had been brought here, or he had been trying to reach here, escaping it. The creature had been afraid of this place, afraid of the green light, but it had still managed to take Liam, which meant this place wasn't an absolute sanctuary, and the light was fading just as Liam had written. I looked at the symbol again, intricate and alien. Liam had tried to activate it. Had he succeeded? Was this dimming green light a sign of failure or a warning? I stared at the symbol, then at the wooden carvings. They felt ancient, primordial, imbued with a power I couldn't comprehend. Liam's words echoed in my mind. Finish the story, expose the echoes, don't let it win. I had his journal, I had his film, I had the USB drive. He had entrusted me with his final work, his final message. I knew with a terrible certainty that my journey into the Blackwood Forest was far from over. I was now Liam's proxy, an unwilling inheritor of his horrifying discovery. I had to finish what he started. I had to expose this echo. But first, I needed to get out of this clearing. The creature was gone, but the protection of the light felt precarious, fading. And my phone call to Sheriff Brody, he would be on his way. I had to get back to the cabin to wait for him, to tell him everything. Though I doubted he would believe me. How could anyone believe this? I clutched the journal and film cartridge tightly. As I turned to leave the ruins, a gust of cold wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves, and from the depths of the Blackwood, a faint, distant growl seemed to echo through the trees. The creature was still out there, and it knew I had Liam's secrets. I ran, this time not in blind panic, but with a new, terrifying purpose. I had to survive for Liam. The journey back to the cabin was a blur of heightened senses and raw fear. Every shadow seemed to shift, every rustle of leaves sounded like the creature's approach. My dying flashlight was now completely useless, plunging me into near total darkness. I stumbled, scraped, and fell, my hands raw, my clothes torn, but I pushed on, guided only by the faint hope of seeing the cabin's light and the burning need to escape the silent, watchful forest. When I finally broke through the tree line, gasping for breath, the sight of the cabin's weak yellow glow was a beacon of salvation. My car, still parked where I'd left it, was another small comfort. I half crawled, half stumbled across the yard, falling onto the porch steps, my body trembling uncontrollably. I pushed myself inside, slamming the door shut, locking it with shaking hands. The familiar creaks and groans of the old cabin, usually unsettling, now felt like a comforting embrace. I was safe for now. I collapsed onto the worn sofa, the journal still clutched to my chest, my head pounding, my body aching. My mind was a whirlwind of images. Liam's excited face, the ruined bedroom, the trail of blood, the monstrous creature, the glowing symbol. It was too much. I needed to calm down, to think, to figure out what to do next. Sheriff Brody would be here soon. What would I tell him? How could I possibly explain any of this without sounding like a raving lunatic? Liam's journal was proof, but who would believe a supernatural creature? I went into the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. I looked at my reflection in the dim mirror. My face was pale, streaked with dirt and blood, my eyes wide and haunted. I barely recognized myself. Back in the living room, I sat on the floor next to the still open front door. I pulled out Liam's film cartridge, a Super 8. I'd need to get it developed, and the USB drive. I needed to see what was on it. These were my tangible links to Liam, to his final moments. The Super 8 film and the USB drive felt impossibly heavy in my trembling hands, almost as heavy as the truth I now carried. Liam's final work, his desperate message. These weren't just objects, they were fragments of a nightmare I was only just beginning to understand. I tucked them deeper into my pockets, feeling the solid comfort of their presence, a defiant secret against the encroaching madness. My mind wrestled with the decision of what to tell Sheriff Brody. The truth, in all its terrifying detail, felt too outlandish, too impossible. A 7-foot-tall skeletal creature with glowing red eyes, scared away by an ancient, pulsing green symbol in a ruined shack. He'd lock me up for shock and delusion, not investigate a murder. I needed to be smart, to give him just enough to initiate a real search, but hold back the fantastical elements until I had more proof. Liam's journal was proof, but it read like a horror story. I'd keep that close too. A distant rumble broke the suffocating silence of the cabin. A vehicle, Brody. My heart leaped, a mix of relief and renewed panic. Relief that help was finally here, panic at the monumental task of trying to explain the unexplainable. I forced myself to stand, my legs still shaky. I ran a hand through my hair, trying to compose my ravaged features. My reflection in the grimy window showed a wild-eyed, disheveled man. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my pulse. Just the facts, Alex, just the facts you can prove. The rumble grew louder, followed by the crunch of tires on gravel. Headlights swept across the cabin, illuminating the yard in a stark, fleeting glare. I heard a car door open, then close, footsteps on the porch, a heavy knock. I pulled open the door. Sheriff Brody stood on the porch, a stocky man in a worn uniform, his face weathered, his eyes sharp and observant even in the dim light. He held a large flashlight, its beam cutting a stark line through the night. He looked tired, his brow furrowed with concern. Alex Thornwright, what in tarnation happened here? His gaze swept past me, taking in the overturned coffee table, the camera on the floor, the dark stain. His eyes narrowed. Sheriff, thank God you're here, I managed, my voice still hoarse. It's Liam, he's gone, I think he was attacked. Brody stepped inside, his flashlight beam methodically sweeping the room. Attacked by what? He saw the bloodstain, then the discarded tripod, and his expression hardened. He took in the trashed living room, the open bedroom door. I don't know, Sheriff, I came back from the city and the door was ajar, no lights. I walked in and everything was like this. Liam's stuff, his editing equipment, it's all ruined and he's nowhere to be found. I pointed vaguely towards Liam's bedroom. There's more blood in his room. Brody didn't reply immediately. He walked past me, his boots heavy on the floorboard, straight to Liam's bedroom. I followed, watching him, my heart in my throat. He took in the devastation, the smashed monitors, the scattered papers, the shattered chair. His flashlight beam lingered on the torn window screen, the claw marks, and then followed the dark smear on the floor, out the window and into the night. Jesus H. Christ, he muttered, a low whistle escaping his lips. This isn't no raccoon, Alex. He turned back to me, his face grim. What did you see? Did you hear anything? I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. I heard a growl, Sheriff, from inside the cabin when I first came in, deep, guttural. It wasn't a human sound. And then, when I found the room like this, I saw the trail. I tried to follow it. Brody's eyebrows shot up. You followed it into the woods alone in the dark. He shook his head, a mixture of disbelief and exasperation on his face. Son, that was mighty foolish. You could have gotten yourself killed. I had to, Sheriff. It was my brother. I thought he might be hurt, still out there. The lie felt bitter on my tongue, but it was a necessary one. I couldn't tell him about the thing, not yet. The trail, it went pretty deep, and I found this. I pulled Liam's torn flannel shirt from my pocket, still damp and stained. He was wearing this, and there were footprints, large, not human. Brody took the shirt, examining it closely under his flashlight. His lips thinned. Okay, Alex, we need to call this in. This is a full-blown missing persons with evidence of a violent struggle. Could be an animal, a very big one, or something worse. I'm gonna need to cordon off the area, get some state boys out here. He pulled out a satellite phone, its old-fashioned antenna extending with a satisfying click. While Brody made his calls, pacing the small living room and speaking in hushed tones, I tried to make sense of the chaos around me. The cabin felt different now. No longer a haven, but a crime scene, a place where the veil between worlds had torn. My eyes kept darting to the window, to the blackness beyond where it lurked. Soon the quiet isolation of the Blackwood was shattered. The distant wail of sirens grew closer, mixing with the crackle of Brody's radio. Within the hour, the dirt road outside was lined with official vehicles, 2 more sheriff's cruisers, a couple of state police SUVs, and an ambulance, just in case. The air was thick with the scent of pine, damp earth, and now the metallic tang of fear and police procedural. A team of officers, young and grim-faced, began to swarm the cabin. They started setting up crime scene tapes, snapping photos, and interviewing me again, their questions precise and probing. My story remained consistent. I found the door ajar, heard a growl, found the room trashed, saw the blood, and followed the trail until I got scared and lost my nerve. I omitted the glowing ruins, the ancient symbol, and the grotesque creature. The flannel shirt was my tangible proof. One of the state detectives, a stern woman named Detective Reynolds with sharp eyes that seemed to miss nothing, took the lead. She was meticulous, asking about Liam's habits, his enemies, he had none, any recent arguments, anything that could explain this. "Did your brother ever talk about local legends, folklore?" she asked, her gaze sweeping over the books on Liam's shelf, many of them esoteric titles on mythology and local history. I felt a jolt. Liam was obsessed with that stuff. He was a filmmaker detective. He loved researching local lore for his scripts. His last film, Echoes in the Pines, was a psychological thriller set right here in the Blackwood. He was really trying to capture the isolation, the ancient feel of the place. She nodded slowly, making a note. "Interesting. Anything specific? Any local monsters or spirits?" I hesitated, remembering Liam's journal entries. The echo, the thing, this was my chance, but then I imagined saying it, watching her expression change from professional interest to polite skepticism. "No, not really, just the usual old wives' tales, you know, nothing he took seriously enough to actually believe in." Another lie, the weight of it pressed on me. They began to prepare for a grid search of the forest at dawn. The sheer scale of the Blackwood meant it would be a monumental task. Brody assured me they would spare no expense, no effort. My relief was tempered by the knowledge that they were looking for human or human-on-human violence, not some ancient preternatural entity. As the night wore on, I sat wrapped in a scratchy blanket in the living room, a mug of lukewarm coffee in my hands, trying to answer questions and keep my composure. Detective Reynolds asked if I had seen Liam's laptop or any external hard drives. "He was editing, you said." "Yes," I replied, trying to sound normal. "He had his main editing suite in his room, but I can't see any of his equipment now. It's all smashed, gone. He'd probably have backups on an external drive. He was meticulous about that." I kept the USB drive hidden, tucked deep in my inner jacket pocket. It contained Liam's other backups, his true backups perhaps, and the Super 8 film, a physical relic of his final moments. I needed to see what was on them before anyone else, before they dismissed it as the ramblings of a traumatized mind. Just before dawn, as the first gray light began to pierce the heavy canopy of the Blackwood, Brody pulled me aside. "Alex, we're going to start the search proper when the sun's fully up, but for now you need to get some rest. We'll take you back to Blackwood Creek, get you a room at the motel, maybe get you looked at by the doctor." "No," I said immediately, my voice firm. "I'm staying here. I need to be here. If they find anything, I need to know." Brody sighed, running a hand over his face. "Son, you're in shock. This ain't healthy." "I'm fine, Sheriff, just shaken. I'll stay in the guest room. I'll be out of their way, but I'm not leaving Liam." My gaze swept to Liam's ruined bedroom, a silent vow passing between me and my missing brother. Brody studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "All right, but don't touch anything, don't interfere, stay inside the cabin. We'll have a perimeter set up and a deputy nearby." I agreed, knowing I had no intention of staying idle. I needed to access those drives, develop that film. I needed answers Liam had died trying to provide. As the sun finally rose, casting long pale shadows through the trees, the forest outside transformed into a hive of activity. Search teams, some with tracking dogs, fanned out into the Blackwood. The cabin, now officially a crime scene, was a constant bustle of detectives and forensic specialists. I tried to make myself invisible, retreating to the small guest bedroom, which mercifully was mostly untouched by the creature's rampage. I locked the door, pulled the tattered curtains, and sat on the edge of the twin bed, my hands still trembling. Now was my chance. I pulled out the Super 8 film cartridge and the USB drive. First, the USB drive. Liam always kept a spare laptop for emergency backups and quick edits on location. I knew exactly where he kept it, a hidden compartment beneath a loose floorboard in his bedroom closet. It was one of his movie secrets, a place he'd laughingly shown me to hide valuable intel. Carefully, I crept back into Liam's trashed room. The forensics team had moved on, and a lone officer stood guard by the front door, oblivious to my movements. The room was a mess, but I knew what I was looking for. I moved a splintered plank of wood, revealing the small recess in the floor. My fingers fumbled inside, and I let out a soft gasp of relief. There it was, an old, beat-up netbook, surprisingly intact, nestled amongst some dust and cobwebs. I snatched it up, my heart pounding, and scurried back to the guest room. I plugged in the USB drive. The netbook hummed to life, thankfully. It was a basic model, but it would do the trick. I navigated to the drive. Liam had labeled it simply Echo's Final Cut Backup. I opened the folder, my breath caught. There were dozens of video files, mostly raw footage, but also a subfolder titled Urgent Alex. My fingers trembled as I clicked on it. Inside, there was a single large file. Warning, read me first, TXT. I opened it. The screen glowed, illuminating Liam's frantic typing, much like his journal entry. Alex, if you're reading this, it means I'm probably gone, or worse. The creature, the echo, it's real. It's here in the Blackwood. It's ancient, primal. It's been watching us, watching me. It doesn't want its secrets exposed. My film, it's not a psychological thriller anymore. It's a documentary, a warning. I've put everything here, the footage, the proof, things I couldn't put in the journal, things I filmed even when my rational mind screamed to stop. I filmed it at the window, Alex. I filmed it hunting. I filmed its eyes. I filmed the clearing, the symbol, the way it scares the creature. But it's not enough. It's too powerful. It knows what I'm doing. It knows I'm trying to finish the story. It won't let me. That's why I need you. You're the practical one. You'll know how to get this out, how to make people believe. There's a video file, final log entry MP4. Watch it first. It's what happened. The creature wants the film. It wants the Super 8. It wants the silence of the pines to remain unbroken. Don't let it win. Expose the echoes. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped the netbook. He had recorded it. He'd known, and he'd entrusted me. I closed the text file, my gaze fixed on final log entry MP4. This was it, the last glimpse of my brother, the truth. I clicked play. The screen flickered to life. The video was shaky, handheld, clearly shot with Liam's small digital camera, not the Super 8. The image was dark, grainy, the cabin's familiar interior visible but distorted. Liam's face appeared in the frame, bathed in the eerie, fluctuating glow of his computer monitors. He looked utterly terrified, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his hair a mess. Log entry of final, I think, Liam whispered, his voice hoarse, barely audible. It's here. It's been outside for hours, growling, tapping on the windows. It knows I'm alone. I thought the clearing, the symbol, would buy me more time or activate something. But it's fading, the power, it's dying, and it knows it. He swallowed hard, glancing nervously towards the window behind him. I tried to transfer everything, all the footage, the research, even the old folklore texts. It's all on the drive, Alex, the USB. I'm leaving it in the hidden compartment. You'll find it. You have to. His breathing was ragged. It wants the Super 8, the actual film. It's obsessed with it. It thinks it contains something specific, a key, a ritual, I don't know. I think it's just my footage of it, but it wants to silence it, destroy it. He shifted, his gaze darting around the room. It's getting louder, the growling. It's almost at the door. I can't fight it. It's too strong. I saw its shadow. It's massive. And those eyes, he shuddered violently. I'm going to try and make it back to the clearing, to the symbol. Maybe I can reactivate it or buy myself enough time. But if I don't, Alex, promise me, don't let this go. Don't let it silence us. Expose the echo. The world needs to know. This isn't a story anymore. This is real. A loud crash echoed from deeper within the cabin. Liam jumped, eyes wide with terror. He dropped the camera, the screen going black for a second, then flickering back to show the ceiling, swaying wildly. The distinct sound of wood splintering, followed by a terrifying, guttural growl that vibrated through the speakers. Liam's choked cry, then the sound of a struggle, heavy thuds, furniture crashing, a shriek not human, then another crash closer, followed by a sickening wet thud, Liam's labored gasp. The camera, still recording, was now facing the floor, showing only the wooden planks, but the audio was agonizingly clear. I heard Liam groan, a sound of immense pain, and then a heavy dragging sound scraping across the floor. The sound moved away towards what I knew was the window. A final faint whisper from Liam, barely audible above the dragging. Alex, the story. Then silence, a profound, terrifying silence, broken only by the distant, ragged breathing of something huge, the creature. The video continued for several more minutes, showing only the floor, the sound of the creature moving around the room, then the faint scraping sound of it pulling something heavy through the broken window. Finally, the file ended. I stared at the black screen, tears streaming down my face, my body convulsing with silent sobs. The raw, visceral terror of that recording clawed at my insides. He hadn't just died, he'd suffered, he'd been hunted, and I had heard it all. My brother's last moments played out for me a horrific legacy. Anger, cold and pure, began to replace the fear. Anger at the creature, anger at myself for not being here, anger at the world that wouldn't believe any of this, but beneath it all a fierce determination. I would fulfill his last request. I would expose the echo. I wiped my eyes, taking deep, shaky breaths. The USB drive held the evidence, the footage of it at the window, hunting its eyes. This was the proof. This was what I needed. But first, the Super 8 film. Liam had said it was obsessed with it. He thought it contained something specific. I had to know what. I knew a small independent photo lab in the city, run by an old acquaintance who still developed analog film. It would be discreet, no questions asked. but getting there would be a challenge with the cabin under police surveillance. I closed the netbook and tucked it away in my backpack, along with the USB drive. I would need to find a way to slip away. For the rest of the day, I stayed in the guest room, feigning exhaustion and grief. I ate the sandwiches a sympathetic deputy brought me, forcing down bites I couldn't taste. My mind, however, was in overdrive, planning, strategizing. I watched the movements of the police, trying to discern their patterns. The search teams were still out, dogs barking occasionally, but the vastness of the forest seemed to swallow them whole. As evening approached, the activity around the cabin began to wane. The state investigators packed up some of their equipment, planning to return in the morning. Sheriff Brody made another round, assuring me they were doing everything they could. "We found more tracks, Alex," he said, his voice softer now. "Unusual tracks, large, consistent with what you described. We're leaning towards a very large animal, maybe a rogue bear or a wolf hybrid. We've sent plaster casts to the lab." I nodded, my face carefully neutral. A bear, a wolf, anything but the truth. The creature had played them just as it had played Liam. Around midnight, with only a single deputy remaining on perimeter duty and another stationed at the end of the dirt road, I decided it was time. I waited until the cabin was quiet, listening to the soft snores coming from the front room where the deputy was undoubtedly dozing on the sofa. I slipped out of the guest room, my backpack clutched tightly. I moved silently through the main room, my heart pounding in my chest. I tiptoed to the back door, which the officers hadn't locked down as thoroughly as the front. It led to a small, overgrown patch of yard beyond which the forest began. With a soft click, I opened the door and eased my way out. The night was dark, moonless. The blackwood was silent, but for the familiar hum of crickets and the rustle of leaves. The air was cold, damp. I could feel its presence, a subtle chill, a prickling on the back of my neck. I didn't dare use a flashlight. I moved slowly, carefully, relying on my memory of the terrain and the faint starlight filtering through the canopy. My goal was my car. It was parked at the edge of the police perimeter, a few hundred yards from the cabin, just beyond where the main activity had been. The walk felt like an eternity. Every shadow seemed to shift, every sound a potential threat. My imagination, fueled by Liam's video, conjured the creature at every turn, its glowing red eyes, its jagged mouth, its gaunt skeletal frame. I had to remind myself that it was scared of the ruins of the green light. I was not going in that direction. Finally, I reached my car, a battered old SUV that blended perfectly with the rural setting. I unlocked it silently, slipped inside, and started the engine. It rumbled to life, a comforting mechanical sound that cut through the oppressive silence of the forest. I put it in reverse, backed out slowly, and then drove off, my tires crunching on the gravel road. I passed the deputy at the end of the road. He barely looked up, probably half asleep. I was free for now. The drive to the city felt like a desperate escape. The familiar landmarks, the distant glow of city lights, were a welcome sight after the suffocating darkness of the Blackwood. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, paid cash, and immediately searched for the independent film lab. It was a small, dusty shop called Analog Dreams, tucked away in a quiet street. The owner, an eccentric old man named Arthur with ink-stained fingers and thick glasses perched on his nose, remembered me. He developed some of Liam's earlier experimental films. "Alex, good to see you, though not under these circumstances, I suppose," Arthur said, his voice raspy. He'd heard about Liam's disappearance on the local news. He offered his condolences, his eyes filled with genuine sympathy. "Arthur, I need a favor," I said, pulling out the Super 8 cartridge. "This is Liam's last film. It's incredibly important. I need it developed, digitized, and printed as quickly as possible. And I need absolute discretion. No questions, no talking about it." Arthur looked at the film, then at my face, a silent understanding passing between us. He'd known Liam's passion, his intensity. He knew that when Liam said something was important, it truly was. "Of course, Alex, for Liam. It'll take me a few hours to develop and digitize. It's a delicate process with these old formats. Come back in the morning, say 10. I thanked him, my gratitude immense. This was the first real step, the first real proof. I returned to the motel, the night a heavy blanket of dread and anticipation. Sleep was impossible. I lay in the dark, the images of Liam's final video replaying in my mind, his whispered words echoing, "Expose the echo." The next morning, precisely at 10, I was back at Analog Dreams. Arthur greeted me, his face a mixture of wonder and bewilderment. "Alex," he said, his voice low, you need to see this. I've digitized it. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Liam, he was truly something else." He led me to a small back room, a makeshift viewing station with an old monitor. He inserted the USB drive containing the digitized film. The screen flickered to life. The film was grainy, unstable, shot on Super 8, so it had a raw, almost dreamlike quality. It opened with familiar shots of the Blackwood Forest, towering pines, dappled sunlight, the winding dirt road. Liam's artistry was evident even in these initial, seemingly mundane frames. He was capturing the quiet beauty, the solitude. Then the focus shifted. The camera, clearly handheld and shaking, began to capture the interior of the cabin. The editing suite, Liam's notes, his half-empty coffee mug. It was mundane, normal, until the first anomaly. A flicker in the background by the window. A shadow too tall, too thin, moving with impossible speed. My breath hitched. It was it. The creature. Liam had captured its initial observation. The footage grew more frantic. Liam was filming from within the cabin, pointing the camera out the window. The lens zoomed shaky, and there it was, not perfectly clear but undeniable. A gaunt, dark silhouette, its shape unsettlingly humanoid, its limbs elongated, and those eyes, two pinpricks of burning red light staring directly into the lens. The raw fear in the frame was palpable. The next sequence showed Liam attempting to set up tripwires, primitive alarms around the cabin, his face tight with grim determination. He was documenting his own desperate struggle, his own unraveling. The camera caught him whispering to himself, "It wants the silence. It wants the story to die with me." Then a sudden jump cut. The camera was inside Liam's bedroom, pointed towards the window. It was night. The window screen was intact, but something was pressing against it from the outside. A long, skeletal finger, tapping insistently. The camera remained fixed, unmoving, as if Liam himself was paralyzed, holding it steady despite his terror. Then a slow, deliberate tear in the screen as the finger pushed through, reaching into the room. And those red eyes, now closer, blazing with malevolent curiosity. I felt a cold dread settle deep in my stomach. This wasn't just proof. This was experiencing Liam's terror. The film then cut to the ruins. Liam, the camera still shaky, was filming the ancient stone slab, the glowing green symbol, the grotesque wooden carvings. His voice in a whispered narration over the footage was full of awe and fear. "This wards it off. This place, it's old, older than the forest itself. A primal power, but it's fading, and the creature knows it." He panned around the clearing, capturing the oppressive ancient trees, the sense of primal energy. He was documenting the last sanctuary he knew. The next sequence was raw, unedited footage from inside the cabin again, but this time the camera was clearly on the floor, knocked over. It showed only a blurry shot of the wooden floorboards, but the audio was chillingly clear. The growl, the crashing, Liam's cries, the scraping sound, the final whispered words. It was the same audio from the digital log entry, but now paired with the grainy, visual chaos of the Super 8. It was Liam's last stand, captured in agonizing detail. The film ended abruptly, a single final frame showing a smeared, dark patch on the wooden floor. The creature's bloody aftermath. I sat in stunned silence, my hands clenched, my knuckles white. Arthur was silent beside me, his own face pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror and disbelief. "Alex, what was that?" Arthur whispered, his voice trembling. "Liam, was he making a film about that?" I turned to him, my eyes burning. "He wasn't making a film about it, Arthur. He was making a film of it. It's real. Everything you just saw, it happened. Liam was killed by it because he tried to expose it." Arthur stared at me, then back at the blank screen, his mind clearly struggling to process what he'd just witnessed. A monster like a cryptid. Something older, something that wants the Blackwood to remain silent. It doesn't want its secrets revealed. I felt a strange calm settle over me, a clarity born of pure, unadulterated resolve. This is Liam's legacy, Arthur. This is what he died for, and I need to get this out to the world. "But who would believe this?" Arthur asked, his voice still shaky. "It looks like special effects, incredible ones, but still." "That's the challenge," I conceded. "But I have his journal too, his written accounts, and the USB drive from his digital camera. He was meticulous. He had multiple angles, multiple forms of documentation. I had the Super 8 film, now digitized. I had Liam's journal, its pages filled with his desperate eyewitness accounts. And I had the USB drive with Liam's final digital log entry and other video files. This was the irrefutable evidence." Arthur, despite his shock, was a professional. He knew the value of documentation. "Okay, Alex, what do you need me to do? I can make copies, high-resolution digital files, physical prints if you want them." "Everything," I said, "multiple copies, and help me figure out how to present this. Liam was the visionary. I'm the sound engineer. I need to make this believable. I need your expertise in visual presentation. How do we make people see this as real, not just a movie?" Arthur nodded, a flicker of professional excitement cutting through his fear. "Liam's work was always cutting edge. We'll treat this like a forensic investigation, not a film. We'll analyze the frames, the lighting, the grain. We'll show it as raw, unedited truth. The very nature of Super 8, its imperfections, might actually lend it authenticity." We spent the rest of the day in Arthur's dusty back room, dissecting Liam's film. We pulled still frames, analyzed the blurry movements, enhanced the audio. Arthur was a wizard with his old equipment and specialized software, bringing out details I hadn't noticed before. He pointed out the subtle ways the creature's shape seemed to defy the laws of physics, the unnatural ripple in its skin, the strange absence of dust, motes in the air when its red eyes glowed. As we worked, a plan began to form in my mind. I couldn't go to the police, not with this directly. They'd think I was crazy or part of some elaborate hoax. I needed to go public, but not just any public. I needed to find someone who dealt with the fringes, with the unexplained, a journalist maybe, or a documentary filmmaker. Someone who wouldn't dismiss it outright, who had the resources to investigate further. My gaze fell on an old magazine rack in Arthur's shop, filled with niche publications. One title caught my eye, Cryptic Chronicles. It was a magazine dedicated to unexplained phenomena, urban legends, and cryptids. Liam used to scoff at it, but he subscribed to it, always seeking inspiration. And on the cover of a recent issue, an article about an alleged Bigfoot sighting in the Pacific Northwest. This was it, my first leg, a way to get Liam's story, his truth, out there. Arthur, I said, pointing to the magazine, do you know anyone who writes for this? Someone serious who won't just sensationalize, but actually investigate. Arthur paused thoughtfully. There's a writer, a Dr. Eris Thorne, no relation to you, I assume, who sometimes contributes. He's an academic, a folklorist, very well respected in certain niche circles. He's written some compelling pieces for Cryptic Chronicles, trying to bridge the gap between myth and anthropology. He's based out of the university here, actually. Dr. Eris Thorne, an academic, a folklorist, this sounded promising. Someone who might be open to the idea of ancient, unexplained phenomena. Someone who might have the intellectual rigor to take Liam's evidence seriously. Can you get me in touch with him? I asked, a fresh wave of determination coursing through me. Arthur nodded. I have his contact info somewhere. He's a regular customer for esoteric books. I'll see if I can set up a meeting, but Alex, be careful. If what you say is true, this is dangerous territory. I knew it was dangerous. I'd seen the creature. I'd heard Liam's final moments, but now I had a purpose. I had Liam's legacy to uphold. I couldn't back down. Leaving Arthur with instructions to prepare the copies, I returned to the motel. I spent the evening poring over Liam's journal again, the words now imbued with a chilling clarity. I cross-referenced his notes about the clearing and the symbol with the film. He hadn't just documented a monster, he documented a place of power, a potential weakness. And in his digital files I found even more. Liam's research logs, ancient texts, online forums, scanned maps. He had been compiling a full dossier on the Echo, piecing together centuries of vague sightings and local superstitions. The creature wasn't just a random anomaly, it was an integral, ancient part of the Blackwood itself. It was the spirit of the forest, twisted and malevolent. The next morning, Arthur called. I got through to Dr. Thorne, he said, his voice hushed. He's intrigued. He's agreed to meet you tomorrow afternoon at his office at the university. He said to bring all your materials. He's heard whispers about unusual activity in the Blackwood before. Nothing concrete, of course, but it's... He's heard whispers about unusual activity in the Blackwood before. Nothing concrete, of course, but it's mostly just local gossip, old-timers telling tales. He's always been interested in that kind of thing from an academic standpoint. I felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with a chilling sense of purpose. This was it, my chance to make Liam's sacrifice mean something. Perfect, thank you, Arthur. Just make sure he understands this isn't a hoax, this is real. I'll do my best, Alex, Arthur replied, a note of apprehension in his voice. But remember, even for someone like Dr. Thorne, this is a lot to take in. I returned to the motel, the knot in my stomach tightening with anticipation and dread. Liam's research logs filled with ancient texts, online forums, and scanned maps provided a horrifying context. The creature wasn't just a random anomaly, it was an integral, ancient part of the Blackwood itself. It was the spirit of the forest, twisted and malevolent. It resonated with the folkloric elements Thorne specialized in. This meeting was crucial. The next day felt like an eternity. I reviewed Liam's journal and the digital files again, trying to anticipate questions, rehearsing my narrative. I needed to be calm, coherent, and utterly convincing. This wasn't just about my sanity, it was about Liam's truth. At the appointed time, I made my way to the university. The campus was a world away from the suffocating darkness of the Blackwood, bustling with students, vibrant and full of life. It felt surreal, a stark contrast to the grim reality I carried. Dr. Thorne's office was in an old, ivy-covered building, a labyrinth of dim corridors lined with bookshelves. His nameplate on the door was understated, Dr. Eris Thorne, Department of Anthropology and Folklore. I knocked, my heart hammering. A moment later, the door creaked open. Dr. Thorne was not what I expected. I'd pictured an eccentric, wild-haired professor. Instead, he was a distinguished man in his late 50s, with a neatly trimmed beard, sharp, intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, and a tweed jacket that seemed to be a permanent fixture. His office was a testament to his passion, overflowing with books, maps, ancient artifacts, and stacks of research papers. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and dust. Mr. Thorne, Alex, I presume, he said, his voice calm and cultured, a pleasant baritone. He gestured for me to come in. Please have a seat. Arthur mentioned you had some compelling material regarding your brother's disappearance. I sat opposite him, placing my backpack on the floor. Dr. Thorne, thank you for seeing me. I know this might sound incredible, but what I'm about to show you, it's the truth about what happened to Liam, and it's far more disturbing than anyone could imagine. He leaned back, intertwining his fingers. Mr. Thorne, my field teaches me that truth often exists on a spectrum. What one person perceives as reality, another might dismiss as superstition. However, I maintain an open mind, particularly when it comes to phenomena observed in isolated, ancient locales. Arthur vouches for your brother's integrity and your distress. Please show me what you have. I took a deep breath, pulling out Liam's journal, the Super 8 cartridge, now digitized on a USB drive, in Liam's netbook. My brother Liam was a filmmaker. He came to the Blackwood to shoot a psychological thriller. He found something else entirely. He found the Echo, as he called it. An ancient, predatory entity that lives in those woods. It killed him. Dr. Thorne's expression remained neutral, but I saw a flicker of heightened interest in his eyes as I mentioned the Echo. Intriguing terminology. Echo, did he elaborate on its nature? He believed it was the spirit of the forest itself, a malevolent force that wanted to preserve the Blackwood's secrets. It didn't want his story to be told. I opened Liam's journal to the frantic last entries, pushing it across his desk. He documented everything, his fear, his observations, his struggle. Dr. Thorne took the journal, his brow furrowing as he read Liam's scrawled, desperate words. He took his time, turning each page, his gaze intense. When he finished, he slowly closed the journal, his expression unreadable. A chilling account, to be sure, he said, his voice quiet. The progression of his fear, the vivid descriptions, it reads like a man losing his grasp on reality or encountering something truly terrifying. He looked at me. But Mr. Thorne's psychological terror, isolation-induced paranoia, these are common tropes in such remote settings. I understand that, Dr. Thorne, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. But Liam wasn't paranoid. He recorded it, he filmed it, he captured its attack. I pulled out the USB drive containing the digitized Super 8 film. This is Liam's last film, and it's not a thriller, it's a documentary. I inserted the USB into Liam's netbook, which I placed on Dr. Thorne's desk. I navigated to the Super 8 film file and pressed play. As the grainy, shaky footage played, Liam's terror became my terror, filling the quiet academic office. Dr. Thorne watched in rapt silence. His initial composure slowly crumbled. His eyes widened at the flickering shadow in the background, the impossibly fast movement. He leaned forward, his hands resting on the desk, elbows propped. When the skeletal finger tapped on the window, tearing through the screen, he visibly flinched. And when the red eyes blazed directly into the lens, an involuntary gasp escaped his lips. He watched Liam's whispered narration about the clearing, the symbol, the fading power. And then the agonizing final sequence. The blurry floorboards, the guttural growls, the crashes, Liam's choked cries, the dragging sound, his final, desperate whisper. When the video ended, the silence in the office was profound, heavy with unspoken horror. Dr. Thorne slowly pushed his glasses up his nose, rubbing his eyes with a thumb and forefinger. He stared at the blank screen, then at me. His face was pale. "My word," he whispered, his voice thin. "That is unlike anything I have ever encountered. The raw authenticity, the sheer terror, Mr. Thorne, this is not the work of a man losing his mind. This is a man facing something truly anomalous." He picked up the journal again, flipping through the pages, his gaze now connecting Liam's words with the horrifying imagery. "The visual distortions, the impossible speed of the entity, the eerie glowing eyes," he murmured, almost to himself. "And the audio, the specific frequency of that growl, it almost resonates with certain accounts from ancient texts describing entities not of this world, or at least not of our understanding." I felt a surge of hope. He was taking it seriously. Liam believed it was an ancient spirit, specifically tied to the Blackwood. He found this place, an old ruin with a glowing symbol. He thought it scared the creature. He called it a sanctuary. I quickly opened the netbook again to the digital log entry, playing the part where Liam describes the clearing and the symbol. Dr. Thorne listened intently. A glowing symbol in a ruin that wards off such a creature. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. It aligns with certain folkloric traditions of protective sigils, warding circles, ancient methods of containing or repelling malevolent entities. He leaned back, a thoughtful, almost excited expression now replacing his initial shock. "If this symbol, as your brother described, is indeed a source of power that repels the creature, then it is a critical piece of the puzzle. It could be a key, as Liam suggested, not just to understanding the Echo, but perhaps to controlling it or at least deterring it." Liam thought it was fading, I added, recalling the journal entry. He thought its power was dying. "That would explain why the creature eventually prevailed," Dr. Thorne mused. "A failing ward, and the creature, sensing its weakness, seized its opportunity. It's a classic narrative arc, Mr. Thorne, but to find it manifested in such a terrifying, visceral way, it's unprecedented." He paused, looking at me again. "You mentioned your brother had other digital files, research perhaps." "Yes," I said, pulling up Liam's research logs on the netbook. He compiled a vast amount of information. Ancient texts, local legends, obscure sightings. He was obsessed with understanding what he'd found. He believed this creature, the Echo, was responsible for generations of disappearances and unexplained phenomena in the Blackwood. Dr. Thorne began scrolling through Liam's files, his academic interest fully engaged now. This is invaluable, Mr. Thorne. Your brother's meticulous documentation, his raw footage, coupled with his research, this provides a compelling framework. This isn't just a horror story, it's an ethnographic goldmine, albeit a terrifying one. He looked up, his gaze intense. However, as you correctly surmised, presenting this to the general public, let alone law enforcement, would be met with overwhelming skepticism. It would be dismissed as a hoax or worse, evidence of your shared delusion. We need more. More, I asked, a fresh wave of determination coursing through me. What kind of more? Physical evidence, independent corroboration. We need to examine the source of the symbol, the ruins. We need to understand its origins, its history. We need to prove that these aren't just staged effects or digital manipulation, but actual events in a specific, documented location. Dr. Thorne's voice grew more animated. If this symbol is as ancient and powerful as it appears, it may well have left an imprint, an energy signature, something that could be detected by specialized equipment. You mean go back to the Blackwood? I asked, a shiver running down my spine despite my resolve. The memory of the creature's red eyes, its terrifying growl, was still vivid. Precisely, Dr. Thorne said, his eyes gleaming with a scholar's zeal, tinged with a newfound seriousness. I have access to certain instruments, sensors that can detect subtle energy fluctuations, electromagnetic anomalies, even residual psychic imprints, for lack of a better term. It's unconventional, I admit, but if we are dealing with an entity that defies conventional understanding, we must employ unconventional methods. He paused, then added, and Mr. Thorne, I would need to observe the site myself, to assess the ruins, the symbol, the geological and historical context. My expertise is in ancient cultures and their belief systems, particularly concerning unexplained phenomena. If this is an ancient ward, there might be linguistic or cultural clues embedded in its design that Liam, bless his investigative spirit, may have overlooked. The thought of returning to the Blackwood, to the very place where Liam had been hunted, where the creature lurked, sent a fresh wave of fear through me, but the alternative, letting Liam's truth die with him, was unbearable. Okay, I said, my voice firmer than I expected. I'll take you there, but we need to be extremely careful. The creature, it's still out there, and it knows I have Liam's secrets. Dr. Thorne nodded gravely. Indeed, your brother's recordings make that abundantly clear. We must proceed with the utmost discretion and preparedness. I have some contacts, individuals experienced in fieldwork in hostile environments who could assist us. They're not associated with law enforcement, and they understand the need for unusual protocols. Who are these contacts? I asked, feeling a flicker of apprehension. The idea of bringing more people into this dangerous mess was unsettling. They are a small, informal group of researchers and investigators who operate on the fringes of academia and paranormal exploration, Dr. Thorne explained. They call themselves the Veritas Collective. They specialize in investigating phenomena that defy conventional scientific explanation, but they do so with a rigorous, evidence-based approach. They have specialized equipment, and more importantly, they are discreet and utterly dedicated to the pursuit of truth, no matter how uncomfortable. He pulled out a notepad and began to scribble some notes. I'll contact them immediately. We'll need to plan this carefully. Logistics, equipment, safety protocols. We cannot afford to be reckless. The Blackwood, even without this echo, is a formidable wilderness. We spent the next few hours in Dr. Thorne's office, poring over Liam's research, cross-referencing it with Dr. Thorne's own extensive knowledge of folklore and ancient symbols. He recognized several elements of the symbol from Liam's photos, tracing them back to obscure Proto-Celtic and early Germanic runic traditions, but with disturbing deviations, almost as if it predated or merged with these known systems. It spoke of deep, ancient power, of a primordial connection to the earth itself. These are not mere carvings, Alex, Dr. Thorne explained, tapping a magnified image of the symbol on the netbook screen. These are invocations, calls to power, or perhaps seals. The combination of these specific shapes, the spiraling outwards from a central point, the integration of what appears to be a stylized representation of the forest itself, it suggests a powerful, complex, ritualistic purpose. And the fact that it pulses with green light, an energy source, perhaps. Or a conduit. He then showed me some of Liam's detailed scans of old maps he'd found online and in local archives. One in particular caught his eye. It was a faded 19th century survey map of the Blackwood, showing not only the old logging trails but also a few annotations in faint, archaic script. One such annotation near where the ruins were located simply read, "Place of silence, beware the pines." Place of silence, Dr. Thorne repeated, his voice thoughtful. That aligns perfectly with your brother's observation that the creature wants the silence. It suggests that the Blackwood was known, even centuries ago, to harbor something that demanded quiet, demanded to remain hidden. The echo. Your brother stumbled upon something that has been carefully concealed for generations, perhaps for millennia. As we delved deeper into Liam's research, my respect for my brother grew exponentially. He hadn't just been a filmmaker, he'd been an accidental ethnographer, a true explorer of the unknown. He had pieced together fragments of a horrifying truth, risking everything for his art, for his vision. Before I left, Dr. Thorne emphasized the urgency. The longer we wait, the more time the creature has to consolidate its power or worse, to move. If its ward is indeed failing, it may seek new territory, new victims. We must act quickly but intelligently. I returned to the motel, my mind buzzing with plans, fears, and a renewed sense of purpose. I still had the police investigation to contend with. Brody and Reynolds were undoubtedly still searching, but now they were searching for a human assailant or a large animal. They would never find the Echo with their conventional methods. I had to continue my deception at least until I had irrefutable proof that even the most hardened skeptic couldn't deny. The next morning, I received a coded message from Dr. Thorne via an encrypted app he'd asked me to download. It simply stated, "Preparations underway. Rendezvous at the Old Miller's Creek Cabin, South Access Road, 1800 hours tomorrow. Come alone. Discretion paramount." Miller's Creek, that was a forgotten corner of the Blackwood, far from Liam's cabin, deep in the less traveled southern section. It was a perfect, isolated rendezvous point. I spent the rest of the day gathering supplies: sturdy hiking boots, warm clothing, a powerful headlamp, a multi-tool. I also purchased a new, higher-resolution digital camera and a portable audio recorder, determined to capture every detail of our expedition. I felt a grim satisfaction in this preparation. I was not just a grieving brother, but a burgeoning investigator, Liam's heir. I also made a cautious call to Sheriff Brody. "Any news, Sheriff?" I asked, trying to sound distraught but hopeful. Brody's voice was weary. "Nothing concrete, Alex. We've expanded the search, brought in more K9 units. We found some more of those unusual tracks, but they seem to just vanish at certain points. It's like whatever it is just dematerializes. We're still operating under the assumption of a large, predatory animal. Maybe it dragged him deep into a den or something." He sounded frustrated, baffled. "So you still think he might be alive?" I asked, the words hollow in my mouth. "Always hope, son," he said, but his tone lacked conviction. "But it's been a few days. We're losing daylight. We'll keep looking, don't you worry." The conversation confirmed my fears. They were nowhere near the truth. They would never find Liam or the Echo with their current understanding. It was up to me and now to Dr. Thorne and his Veritas Collective. The next afternoon, I filled my old SUV with gas and food, leaving a note at the motel that I was going to visit some distant relatives, just in case anyone came looking. I paid for an extra week, hoping to buy myself time. Then, with a deep breath, I turned the car towards the winding dirt roads that led back into the Blackwood. The drive was tense. Every shadow seemed to hold the creature's presence. The forest canopy, usually so comforting, now felt oppressive, watchful. I tried to push down the fear, focusing on the mission, on Liam's legacy. I arrived at the specified coordinates just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long, eerie shadows. The Miller's Creek cabin was a dilapidated log structure, even more ruinous than the one where Liam had lived, barely more than 4 crumbling walls. There was no sign of anyone. I parked my SUV out of sight, deep in the woods, and waited. As dusk settled, a powerful dark SUV modified for off-road travel rumbled into the clearing. It had no obvious markings. Dr. Thorne stepped out, clad in practical hiking gear, a serious expression on his face. Behind him, 2 other figures emerged. One was a woman, tall and lean, with sharp, intelligent eyes and short, practical hair. She moved with an athletic grace, carrying a large backpack and what looked like a rifle case. The other was a man, stocky and broad-shouldered, with a grizzled beard and an intensity in his gaze that spoke of countless hours spent in the wilderness. He carried a heavy-duty sensor array, its metallic components glinting in the fading light. Dr. Thorne introduced them. "Alex, this is Dr. Lena Petrova, a biologist and field operative, and this is Marcus Holt, our lead technician and wilderness expert." Lena offered a firm handshake, her grip strong. "Alex, I've reviewed the materials Dr. Thorne provided. Your brother's footage, it's profoundly disturbing. I specialize in cryptid biology, trying to bridge the gap between myth and zoology. This Echo challenges everything." Marcus gave a curt nod. "Holt, my focus is on environmental energy anomalies. If this symbol, this ward, is emitting anything, I'll find it. And if that thing is real, I'll find its footprint literally or figuratively." He glanced at the rifle case Lena carried. "Safety first, we don't go into the Blackwood unprepared." Their professionalism and seriousness immediately put me at ease. These weren't thrill seekers, they were dedicated scientists, equipped and prepared for the unknown. "Dr. Thorne has briefed them fully on Liam's evidence and research," Lena explained. "We've spent the day reviewing everything, cross-referencing with our own databases. The specific elements of the symbol, its purported effect on this entity, it aligns with patterns we've seen in other remote locations, though rarely with such direct, chilling photographic evidence." Marcus pointed to his sensor array. "This baby can detect everything from subtle EMP fluctuations to infrasound, geomagnetic anomalies, and even residual biosignatures. If there's a flicker of energy from that ward or a presence from your Echo, it'll register." "Our primary objective," Dr. Thorne began, addressing the group, "is to locate the ruins and the symbol, conduct a thorough scientific assessment, and gather independent data. If the ward is indeed weakening, we need to understand why, and if there's any way to restore its function or at least to study its properties." Secondly, we need to gather additional evidence of the echo's existence, preferably without direct confrontation. Lena opened her rifle case, revealing a powerful silenced hunting rifle. This is for self-defense, Alex. We believe your brother's account of the creature's resilience. Standard firearms may not be effective, but high-caliber, specialized rounds might slow it down. We also have tranquilizers, if possible, for containment, though that's a long shot. Marcus checked his gear, his face grim. We move light, we move fast, no unnecessary noise, no lingering. The Blackwood at night is its territory, we're guests and unwelcome ones at that. We spent the rest of the evening planning our route to the ruins, using the map Liam had marked in his journal and Dr. Thorne's own topographical charts. The ruins were roughly 5 miles from the Miller's Creek cabin, deep in a less traveled section of the forest. We would approach under the cover of darkness, minimize light and sound, and set up a temporary observation post near the clearing. Before we left, Dr. Thorne pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden amulet, similar in style to the grotesque carvings Liam had found around the symbol, but clearly newer, less decayed. He handed it to me. This is a protective ward, Alex, an old one. It contains certain sigils designed to repel malevolent energies. It's based on certain ancient designs found in similar contexts. It won't stop it, but it might offer a small measure of deterrence, and more importantly, a psychological anchor. I clutched the amulet, feeling the smooth, cool wood against my palm. It was a small comfort, a tangible link to the ancient, mystical forces we were now confronting. As the moon rose, a thin crescent in the star-dusted sky, we began our trek. Marcus led the way, his sensor array scanning constantly, his movements silent and efficient. Lena, with her rifle, brought up the rear, her eyes constantly sweeping the shadows. Dr. Thorne walked beside me, his academic curiosity a strange juxtaposition to the primal fear that pervaded the ancient forest. The Blackwood was different at night, more alive, more menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig seemed amplified. The trees loomed like silent, ancient sentinels, their branches intertwining to form a dense, oppressive canopy that swallowed the moonlight. The air grew colder, carrying the familiar earthy smell, but now also a faint, almost electrical tang, just as I'd noticed in the clearing. Marcus occasionally paused, adjusting his equipment, his brow furrowed. Picking up some unusual energy signatures, he whispered, his voice low. Faint but distinct, geothermal variations, but also something else. A resonant frequency, almost like a hum, but below human hearing. Lena kept her rifle ready, her gaze unwavering. Could be residual from the ward or the creature itself. The Blackwood is known for its magnetic anomalies, but this feels different. We moved deeper into the forest, following faint deer trails and ancient game paths. The terrain grew more challenging, covered in thick undergrowth and gnarled roots. The silence of the Blackwood pressed in on us, a heavy, watchful presence. My heart pounded with a mix of dread and exhilaration. I was back in the belly of the beast, but this time I wasn't alone. I had allies equipped with knowledge and tools, determined to expose the truth Liam had died for. After what felt like hours, Marcus held up a hand, signaling a halt. We hunkered down behind a dense thicket of ferns. He pointed to his sensor array. It's getting stronger, the resonant frequency, we're close. Through the gaps in the trees, I could see a faint, pulsating green glow in the distance. The ruins, my breath hitched, it was still there. The light was faint, but undeniable. That's it, I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. That's the clearing. Dr. Thorne nodded, his eyes fixed on the light. Remarkable, the ward is still active, albeit weakly. This is precisely what we hoped to find. We crept closer, maintaining maximum stealth. The air grew colder, heavier, charged with that strange, almost electrical energy. The faint, earthy smell was stronger here, mixed with the tang of ancient stone and something else, something metallic and rotten, that familiar scent of a forgotten grave. We reached the edge of the clearing, hiding behind a cluster of ancient, gnarled trees, the same ones the creature had emerged from during my last visit. From our vantage point, we had a clear view of the crumbling stone structure, half overgrown with ivy. The green light pulsed from the very center of the floor, emanating from the large, moss-covered stone slab. The grotesque wooden carvings around it seemed to hum with a silent, malevolent energy, their shadows dancing on the crumbling walls. Marcus immediately began setting up his portable sensor array, its delicate antennae extending outwards. Lena scanned the perimeter, her rifle raised, her gaze sweeping the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, pulled out a sophisticated pair of binoculars, examining the symbol on the stone slab with intense focus. The symbol is indeed an amalgamation of ancient warding sigils with some unique elements, Dr. Thorne whispered, his voice filled with academic awe. The green light, it's a form of bioluminescence, but energized by an unseen force. It resonates with the ley lines, the Earth's natural energy pathways, but it's actively drawing from them, not just reflecting them. Marcus chimed in, his eyes glued to his sensor screen. EMF readings are off the charts, but localized. The resonant frequency is spiking around the symbol. It's like a tiny, self-contained power plant drawing energy from somewhere. and the ground itself, there's a strange, almost magnetic pulse emanating from the slab. Suddenly, Lena stiffened, her rifle snapping up, pointing towards the tree line on the opposite side of the clearing. "Hold," she whispered, her voice taut with suppressed urgency. "Movement, I saw something." My heart leaped into my throat. The creature, it was here. We all froze, our breaths held, our eyes straining against the darkness. The green light of the symbol seemed to pulse with renewed intensity, as if responding to the unseen presence. A low, guttural growl echoed from the trees, closer this time. It was the same growl I'd heard in the cabin, the same sound that had vibrated through the ground beneath my feet in the ravine. It was raw, predatory, a sound of ancient menace. Lena sighted down her rifle, her finger hovering over the trigger. Marcus's sensor array began to shriek, a high-pitched, insistent alarm. "Massive biosignature," Marcus hissed, his eyes wide. "Fluctuating energy field, it's here and it's big." The creature emerged from the tree line, a monstrous silhouette against the faint green glow. It was even more terrifying than I remembered. Tall, gaunt, its dark, bark-like skin rippling in the dim light, its limbs unnaturally long, ending in wicked claws, and those eyes, two burning, malevolent red pinpricks fixed on us. It took a step forward, then another, moving with that terrifying, unnatural fluidity. It was stalking us, testing the boundaries of the ward, its head tilted, a slow, deliberate movement. A low, guttural sound, almost like a laugh, rumbled in its throat. "It's curious," Dr. Thorne whispered, a strange mix of fear and academic fascination in his voice. "It's observing us, it knows we're here." Lena slowly shifted her rifle, aiming at the creature's chest. "Stay still," she breathed, "don't provoke it." The creature stopped at the edge of the clearing, just as it had before, its gaze fixed not on us, but on the pulsing green light of the symbol. A low growl rumbled in its chest, but this time it was laced with something else, something I hadn't noticed before, a faint whine, almost like frustration. It took another step, pushing just a little closer to the symbol. The green light flared, bathing the clearing in an eerie, intense glow, and as it did, the creature let out a shriek, a sound of pure rage, but also of pain. It recoiled, stumbling backwards, a visible tremor passing through its gaunt frame. "It cannot cross the threshold," Dr. Thorne murmured, his voice laced with awe. "The ward is still powerful enough to repel it, even in its weakened state." The creature snarled, its red eyes blazing with hatred, fixed on the glowing symbol. It paced restlessly at the edge of the clearing, clearly agitated but unable to advance. It was trapped, held at bay by the ancient power of the symbol. "It's angry," I whispered, remembering Liam's journal. "It's angry that we're here, that we're trying to understand its secrets." Lena lowered her rifle slightly, though still ready. "It knows we're here for the ward, it sees us as a threat to its dominion." Marcus, meanwhile, was frantically taking readings, his fingers flying across the sensor's controls. "It's trying to suppress the ward's energy output," he reported, his voice tight. "A localized energy drain, it's actively attacking the symbol's power source." As Marcus spoke, the green light on the stone slab flickered, then dimmed perceptibly. The creature seemed to sense this, its growls intensifying, a note of triumph in its ancient voice. It lunged forward again, testing the boundary of the ward. The light flared in response, pushing it back, but it seemed to hold its ground just a little closer this time. "It's weakening it," Dr. Thorne realized, his voice urgent. "It's actively draining the symbol's power. If it succeeds, the ward will fail completely." "We need to get closer," Marcus said, his voice grim. "I need to deploy some spectral analyzers directly around the symbol. If I can understand how it's drawing power, I might be able to find a way to stabilize it or even temporarily boost it." Lena looked at him, then at the creature, pacing furiously at the edge of the clearing. "It's too risky, Marcus, we'd be exposed." "We don't have a choice," Dr. Thorne interjected, his eyes fixed on the dimming light. "If the ward fails, we're all dead, and Liam's work dies with him. We must attempt to understand and, if possible, preserve its power." I knew he was right. This was what Liam had been trying to do. "I'll go with him," I said, my voice firm. "I know the layout of the ruins. I've been inside. I can help him." Lena looked at me, then at Marcus, her face a mask of apprehension. "All right, but stay low. And if that thing makes a move, get back to cover. I'll provide suppressive fire, but remember, we don't know how effective it'll be." With a nod, Marcus and I began to move, crawling on our hands and knees towards the ruins, keeping low to the ground. The air grew colder, the electrical tang stronger. The creature watched us, its red eyes burning, a low growl rumbling in its chest. It seemed to understand our intentions. As we reached the gaping hole where the door used to be, Marcus quickly deployed several small, discrete sensors around the edges of the stone slab. He worked with practiced efficiency, his fingers flying across the controls, connecting the tiny devices to his main array via thin, almost invisible fiber optic cables. "I'm picking up massive energy fluctuations," he whispered, his voice strained. "It's like the symbol is an open wound, bleeding energy, and the creature, it's a parasite, actively drawing on that bleeding." I knelt beside him, looking at the intricate symbol, the green light now dimming to a faint, pulsing glow. It looked weary, exhausted, fighting a losing battle. The grotesque wooden carvings around it seemed to lean inwards, their silent pagan faces observing the slow demise of their protector. Suddenly, a loud shriek ripped through the air. The creature, it had lunged forward again, this time pushing its massive clawed hand just past the invisible boundary of the ward. The green light flared, but it was weaker, a desperate flicker. The creature pulled back, but it had made progress. It was learning, testing the limits, pushing harder. Lena let out a short burst of fire, the silenced shots cracking through the night. The creature roared in defiance, but it didn't flinch. The bullets seemed to impact its dark, bark-like skin with no effect, merely deflecting off its gaunt frame. "It's not working," Lena yelled, her voice strained. "It's immune." Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, was frantically consulting his field guide, a thick leather-bound volume he'd pulled from his satchel. He flipped through pages filled with ancient symbols and cryptic texts, his scholarly focus a stark counterpoint to the raw danger unfolding before us. "The ward isn't merely a shield, Alex," he called out, his voice strained but urgent. "It's a living conduit. If the creature can sever its connection to the ley lines or corrupt its energy source, it will unravel completely." Marcus slammed his hand on his sensor array's console. "I'm getting it. The symbol, it's a living circuit board. The creature isn't just draining power, it's jamming the flow like a reverse frequency. It's creating a chaotic resonance that's actively disrupting the symbol's coherence." He gritted his teeth. "I think I can counteract it temporarily, but I need to reroute some frequencies, boost the symbol's own natural resonance. It'll take a direct connection. And it's going to be risky." "How risky?" Lena yelled from her position, reloading her rifle with a practiced, desperate speed. The creature was now testing the ward's limits with increasing boldness, its clawed hands swiping violently at the invisible barrier, sending shudders through the air. Each impact made the green light flicker, dimming further. "Very," Marcus bit out, not looking up. "I'll need to physically touch the slab with a specialized transducer. It'll act as a bridge, a momentary surge to override the creature's interference. But if I miscalculate, or if the creature attacks at the wrong moment, it could feedback, maybe even fry the system. Or me." "There's no time," Dr. Thorne exclaimed. "Its attacks are growing stronger, more frequent. The ward is almost gone. Do it, Marcus." I looked at Marcus. His face was set with grim determination. He was a scientist, not a soldier, but he was willing to take this risk. "I'll cover you," I said, pulling out the small, powerful headlamp I'd bought, ready to aim it directly at the creature's eyes if it came too close. It was a flimsy defense, but it was all I had. Marcus nodded, reaching into a specialized compartment on his array. He pulled out a sleek metallic rod about a foot long with a glowing blue tip. "This is a frequency modulator designed for direct energy interface. I need to plunge this into the symbol, right into the central spiral where its energy is most concentrated." He crawled closer to the stone slab, his movements slow and deliberate, his eyes fixed on the creature, which was now emitting a continuous low growl, its red eyes blazing with triumph as the green light faded to barely a shimmer. The grotesque wooden carvings around us seemed to twist and snarl in the dimming light, their shadows becoming monstrous extensions of the creature's malevolence. With a final glance at Lena, who had her rifle shouldered, aiming at the creature's head, Marcus took a deep breath. He held the modulator tightly, its blue tip glowing faintly. He leaned over the slab, positioning the tip directly above the central spiral of the ancient symbol. "Now," Dr. Thorne yelled. Marcus plunged the modulator into the stone. There was a sickening hiss like sizzling flesh and a flash of blinding white light that erupted from the slab, momentarily engulfing Marcus. He cried out, a sharp, choked sound. I shielded my eyes, but when the light subsided, I saw Marcus slumped over the slab, his hand still clutched around the modulator. The green light of the symbol, however, was no longer merely flickering. It pulsed, brighter now, with a renewed, vibrant intensity, pushing back the encroaching shadows. The creature shrieked, a deafening sound of pure agony and rage. It stumbled backwards, clutching its head with one of its massive clawed hands as if struck by an invisible force. The sudden resurgence of the ward's power hit it like a physical blow. It let out a frustrated bellow, its red eyes narrowed into slits of primal hatred. Lena immediately opened fire, a concentrated burst of shots aimed at its exposed head. The bullets still seemed to have no effect, sparking off its hide, but the creature was disoriented, thrown off balance by the ward's sudden revitalization. It thrashed wildly, its elongated limbs tearing at the air, ripping branches from the surrounding trees. Dr. Thorne rushed forward towards Marcus. "Marcus, are you all right?" Marcus slowly pushed himself up, groaning. His face was pale, his hair singed. He held up his hand, revealing a faint burn mark on his palm, perfectly circular where he'd held the modulator. "Feedback," he gasped, wincing. "But it worked. The ward, it's stable for now." The green light of the symbol pulsed steadily, bathing the clearing in its eerie, protective glow. The creature, still enraged, retreated further into the tree line, its roars echoing through the blackwood, but it stayed beyond the revived ward's boundary. it knew it could not cross. It's retreating for now, Lena said, lowering her rifle slightly, her eyes still scanning the darkness. But it won't give up. It just lost a fight it thought it was winning. Dr. Thorne helped Marcus to his feet. You did it, Marcus. You bought us time and valuable data. He looked at me, a grim satisfaction on his face. Alex, this confirms your brother's theory. The symbol is indeed a powerful ward and it can be reinforced, at least temporarily. We spent the next hour working quickly, Marcus recovering from his shock but still determined. He deployed more sensors, creating a detailed topographical map of the energy fluctuations around the symbol. He was like a surgeon dissecting the ward's intricate power source. He discovered a network of tiny, almost invisible fissures radiating outwards from the slab, channels through which the green energy pulsed. These aren't just carvings, he explained, pointing to his screen. These are actual energy pathways like veins. The creature was trying to sever those connections one by one to choke off the ward's power. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, used specialized geological tools to take samples of the ancient stone, carefully chipping away small fragments for later analysis. He also used a high-resolution camera to meticulously photograph every inch of the symbol, including the minute, almost microscopic variations in its texture and coloration. He believed that even the smallest detail might hold a clue to its origin and purpose. The precise orientation, the specific mineral composition of the stone, these could all be vital in understanding how this ward functions, he explained. I too was busy. I used my new digital camera to record every aspect of the scene. The pulsing green light, the crumbling ruins, the grotesque carvings, the expressions on Dr. Thorne's and Lena's faces, Marcus's detailed work on his equipment. I wanted to capture the sheer raw reality of what we were witnessing. I zoomed in on the intricate patterns of the symbol, trying to absorb every detail to commit it to memory. Liam's ghost felt very present here, whispering his encouragement, his fierce desire for the truth. Lena maintained vigilant watch, her eyes never leaving the tree line. The creature's growls still echoed occasionally, distant now, but still a chilling reminder of its presence. She kept her rifle ready, scanning the shadows, her senses heightened. It's still out there, she murmured. It's watching us. It won't forget this. It sees us as a direct threat. As Marcus finished his immediate data collection, he packed away his sensitive equipment. I've stabilized it for now, he reported, wiping sweat from his brow. But it's a temporary fix. The underlying problem is that the ward is intrinsically weakened. It's been slowly dying for a long time. What I did was essentially administer a powerful dose of adrenaline. It needs long-term care, so to speak. Dr. Thorne nodded. Understood, but for now it means we can safely retrieve the data and assess our next steps. We have invaluable evidence, thanks to your courage, Marcus, and your brother's foresight, Alex. He looked at me, a thoughtful expression on his face. Alex, Liam's journal mentioned other areas in the Blackwood where he'd noticed strange phenomena, areas of unusual silence or ancient dread. Do you recall any specific locations? I pulled out Liam's journal, flipping to the section he'd marked with a crude, hand-drawn map. He noted a series of ancient-looking rock formations, almost like standing stones, deep in the northern section of the Blackwood. He called it the Whispering Cairns. He suspected they might be connected to the Echo or to the ward. He felt a profound sense of unease there, but also a curious pull, like the forest was trying to tell him something. Dr. Thorne's eyes lit up. Standing stones, cairns, that's an archaeological goldmine. If these formations are indeed ancient, they could be part of a larger system, a network of wards or energy conduits. Indigenous cultures often built such structures along ley lines or at places of significant spiritual power. The creature's aversion to them would make perfect sense. Lena, who had been listening intently, interjected, if these cairns are linked to the ward and the ward is failing, then those cairns might be vulnerable. The creature could be drawn to them, trying to disable them too or to subvert their power. It could be expanding its territory. Exactly, Dr. Thorne agreed. This shifts our understanding of the Echo from a localized threat to a systemic one. It suggests a more complex, ancient battle for dominion over the Blackwood. The cairns could be either further wards or perhaps even ritual sites used to create the original ward. Either way, they are critical to understanding the bigger picture. Marcus, who had finished packing his primary equipment, chimed in. If these cairns are amplifying or routing the ward's energy, then studying them could give us more clues on how to permanently restore the main ward, or at least understand its power source and how to replicate it. We made the decision to investigate the Whispering Cairns next. It was a logical, necessary step in understanding the Echo's domain and the ancient forces arrayed against it. But first, we needed to retreat, process the data we'd collected, and rest. The adrenaline was wearing off, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion. As we prepared to leave the clearing, Marcus made one last adjustment to his sensor array. The ward will hold for a few more days, maybe a week at this intensity, he reported, but it will continue to degrade if left untreated. This isn't a permanent solution. Dr. Thorne looked at the glowing green symbol, then at the tree line where the creature had retreated. A week is all we have then. We must make the most of it. We began our cautious retreat from the clearing, moving silently through the dark, oppressive Blackwood. The green light pulsed faintly behind us, a beacon of defiance in the face of ancient evil. The creature's growls were now completely absent, replaced by an eerie, unnerving silence. It was a silence that felt heavier, more watchful than before. It wasn't gone, it was simply biding its time. The trek back to the Miller's Creek cabin was slow and arduous. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent shivers down my spine. The forest felt alive, its ancient eyes watching our every move. I clutched the wooden amulet Dr. Thorne had given me, its cool surface a small comfort against the chilling dread. We reached the cabin just before dawn, exhausted but invigorated by the data we'd collected and the narrow escape. The sun began to paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, a beautiful, deceptive sight after a night of terror. Inside the dilapidated cabin, Lena immediately set about securing the perimeter, placing motion sensors and setting up a temporary communication array. Marcus, despite his fatigue, began uploading the vast amount of data from his sensors onto a rugged field laptop. Dr. Thorne meticulously organized his stone samples and high-resolution photographs. "We need to establish a secure base of operations," Dr. Thorne explained, pouring steaming coffee from a thermos. "Somewhere we can analyze this data without interference and plan our next move." Lena pointed to a large, detailed map of the Blackwood spread out on a makeshift table. "This cabin is too exposed. We need somewhere more remote, more defensible, and with a reliable power source for Marcus's equipment. I know a place in Old Fire Lookout Tower about 20 miles north. It's decommissioned, but the structure is sound and it has a solar array for its emergency radio. It's isolated, high ground, and offers an excellent vantage point." The idea of a fire lookout tower appealed to me. High above the oppressive canopy, perhaps the feeling of constant surveillance would dissipate. It offered a sense of control, a strategic advantage against the lurking darkness below. "Excellent, Lena," Dr. Thorne approved. "That sounds ideal. We'll establish a research hub there, and we'll need to make sure we have enough supplies for an extended stay. This isn't a quick field trip, this is a full-scale investigation." We spent the morning debriefing, sharing our observations and fears. Dr. Thorne analyzed Liam's journal entries in light of the new information, drawing connections, identifying patterns. He confirmed that the entity's behavior, its preference for silence, its aversion to the ancient symbol, its malevolent intelligence aligned with numerous folkloric accounts of primal forest spirits, entities known to guard sacred lands or ancient secrets. The Echo is an apt name. Thorne mused, "It's an echo of a time when the world was wilder, when man was not the dominant force. A primordial consciousness, perhaps disturbed by the encroachment of civilization, and more importantly, by Liam's attempt to reveal its existence." Marcus, meanwhile, worked feverishly on his laptop, projecting spectral analysis graphs onto a portable screen. He showed us how the creature had been actively manipulating the ward's energy frequencies, creating a destructive interference pattern. "It's not just a monster," he said, his voice grim. "It's an intelligent energy manipulator. It understands the mechanics of the ward, and it knows how to exploit its weaknesses." He then showed us the data from the frequency modulator, the surge of energy it had provided. "This data is unprecedented. It's like a glimpse into the very fabric of reality being bent and twisted by an unseen force." Lena, in turn, analyzed the creature's movements and reactions, cross-referencing them with other known cryptid reports. Its resilience to conventional firearms, its speed, its ability to seemingly vanish and reappear, these are hallmarks of interdimensional travel or advanced stealth capabilities, not just a large animal. It exists on a different plane of understanding than we do, and it weaponizes that difference. I felt a growing sense of awe and dread as I listened to their analyses. Liam hadn't just stumbled upon a creature, he'd stumbled upon a fundamental rupture in reality, and now we were all caught in it. By early afternoon, we had a clearer picture. The Echo was an ancient, intelligent, and highly dangerous entity, intrinsically linked to the Blackwood. The symbol in the ruins was an ancient ward, a powerful but fading protection. The Whispering Cairns were likely part of a larger network, possibly amplifying the ward's power or even channeling its energy. Our mission now was not just to expose the Echo, but to understand its connection to these ancient sites, and potentially to find a way to stop its destructive influence. We packed up, leaving the Miller's Creek cabin as we found it. We needed to be untraceable. I called Sheriff Brody again, feigning continued distress and asking if there was any progress. He reiterated their fruitless search, admitting that the tracks had indeed vanished, and they were now considering an unusual animal migration as a possibility, though he sounded skeptical himself. It reinforced my conviction that conventional methods would never uncover the truth. The drive to the Fire Lookout Tower was long and winding, taking us deeper into uncharted territories of the Blackwood. The roads grew increasingly overgrown, forcing Lena, who was driving the modified SUV, to navigate through dense brush and rocky terrain. We passed through vast stretches of untouched wilderness, the forest a silent, imposing presence around us. Finally, as the sun began its descent once more, we spotted it. The old Fire Lookout Tower standing sentinel atop a lonely, rocky peak, its weathered wooden cabin perched high above the tree line. It looked like something out of a dream, a solitary outpost in a sea of green. We began the arduous task of moving our equipment up the rickety metal stairs. It was a steep climb, and by the time we reached the top, our muscles ached and our lungs burned, but the view from the lookout cabin was breathtaking. The blackwood stretched out beneath us, an endless expanse of dark green, punctuated by the faint gleam of winding rivers and the distant, hazy silhouette of mountains. It offered a sense of perspective, a feeling of being above the malevolence that lurked in the depths below. The cabin itself was small but functional. A single room lined with dusty maps and an old, decommissioned radio. Large panoramic windows offered a 360-degree view of the forest. The solar array on the roof, though old, still provided enough power for lights and Marcus's equipment. "This will serve our purpose perfectly," Dr. Thorne declared, setting down his satchel. "A sanctuary for our research, a beacon against the darkness." Lena immediately began setting up a more robust communication system, hooking up a satellite phone and encrypted radio equipment. Marcus set up his field lab, connecting his laptop to a larger monitor, displaying the intricate spectral analyses of the ward. I in turn found a quiet corner and began to review Liam's journal and his collected digital files, preparing them for presentation. For the next 2 days, the Fire Lookout Tower became our haven, our intellectual bunker. We worked tirelessly, fueled by caffeine and an unshakable determination. Dr. Thorne pored over ancient texts and maps, cross-referencing Liam's findings with obscure folklore and archaeological data. He uncovered references to similar entities in other isolated, ancient forests across the globe, often described as shadows of the trees, whispers in the dark, or the silent hunters. They all shared key characteristics: an aversion to light and noise, an intelligence that mimicked natural patterns, and a connection to ancient, sacred sites. "These aren't isolated incidents, Alex," he explained, gesturing at a complex web of connections he was building. "This is a pattern, a global phenomenon, perhaps, or at least a regional one with deep historical roots. The Blackwood's echo is part of a larger, hidden ecosystem of primordial entities." Marcus, with his equipment, was able to create a detailed, energetic map of the Blackwood. He discovered faint, almost imperceptible energy signatures radiating from the ruins, stretching outwards like a root system connecting to other points in the forest. "These are the ley lines, Alex," he explained, pointing to shimmering lines on his holographic map. "The Earth's own energy grid. The ward is not just drawing from one point, it's harnessing the entire network. And the cairns, they appear to be nodal points, amplifiers in this system." Lena used aerial maps and satellite imagery to identify potential routes to the Whispering Cairns, meticulously noting terrain, vegetation density, and potential hiding spots for the creature. She also set up an array of long-range thermal cameras and acoustic sensors around the tower, creating a defensive perimeter. "We need to know if it's coming," she said grimly. "It's intelligent. It might try to circumvent our defenses or observe our patterns." I dedicated myself to Liam's legacy, organizing his journal, digitizing his film, and preparing a comprehensive presentation. I synchronized the audio from his digital logs with the Super 8 footage, creating an even more impactful, irrefutable narrative. I also meticulously categorized his research files, building a coherent dossier that linked the creature to ancient folklore, scientific anomalies, and eyewitness accounts. I realized that Liam had not just recorded a monster, he had compiled an entire cosmology. Late on the second night, as rain lashed against the windows of the lookout tower, Lena's thermal sensors picked up a faint signature. "Movement," she whispered, her eyes glued to the monitor. "Approximately 3 miles west, moving slowly, deliberately towards the tower. Large, non-human heat signature." My blood ran cold. It had found us. Dr. Thorne immediately activated a series of infrared spotlights Lena had installed around the tower. Blinding beams of light cut through the rainy darkness, sweeping the surrounding forest. The heat signature, caught in the sudden illumination, hesitated, then vanished. "It knows we're here," Dr. Thorne said, his voice grim, "and it's testing our defenses." Marcus quickly triangulated the location from the thermal data. "It was observing us. It's intelligent. It's learning our movements, our vulnerabilities." Lena nodded. "It's a predator, and we're in its territory." The creature didn't approach again that night, but its presence was palpable. The Blackwood felt heavier, more watchful than ever before. We knew we were living on borrowed time. The ward in the ruins, though temporarily stabilized, was still weakening. We needed to act. The next morning, after a tense, sleepless night, we finalized our plan for the Whispering Cairns. Our objective: to reach the cairns, conduct a thorough survey of their energy signatures, and look for any clues that could explain their connection to the main ward. Lena emphasized extreme caution. "We know it's watching us. It's probably anticipating our move. We need to be faster, smarter, and utterly silent." We decided to approach the cairns from a circuitous route, avoiding any direct paths and utilizing the cover of dense vegetation as much as possible. We would move as a single, cohesive unit, each person performing their specialized role. Lena would lead, her rifle at the ready, her knowledge of wilderness survival guiding us. Marcus would follow, his sensor array scanning constantly for energy anomalies or signs of the creature. I would be with Dr. Thorne, meticulously documenting everything, my camera and audio recorder running continuously. Before we left, Dr. Thorne gave me another amulet identical to the first. For you, Alex, a little extra protection, and remember the light of the ward is your greatest defense. I clutched both amulets, feeling the weight of Liam's legacy and the daunting task ahead. As we descended the rickety stairs of the lookout tower, the Blackwood seemed to loom larger, more menacing than ever before. The air was thick with damp earth and the scent of ancient trees, but now also a faint metallic tang like distant ozone. Our trek to the Whispering Cairns was a test of endurance and nerve. The terrain was brutal, untamed. We pushed through dense undergrowth, scaled rocky outcrops, and waded through icy streams. Lena moved with the silent grace of a seasoned hunter, her eyes constantly scanning the forest, her senses acutely tuned to every sound, every shadow. Marcus's sensor array, usually a constant source of readings, was eerily silent for much of the journey. Nothing, he whispered after several hours. No unusual energy signatures, it's almost like it's holding its breath. Dr. Thorne explained, the creature is intelligent. It knows our capabilities, our equipment. It's likely either laying a trap, or it's intentionally masking its presence to lull us into a false sense of security. The silence of the Blackwood was more terrifying than any growl. It was a watchful, predatory silence. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. My imagination, fueled by Liam's footage, conjured the creature's gaunt form in every shadow, its burning red eyes watching us from behind every tree. As the afternoon wore on, the forest began to change. The trees grew older, their branches gnarled and twisted, draped in thick, ancient moss. The air grew colder, heavier, charged with that familiar, almost electrical tang. We were entering a place of ancient power. Suddenly, Marcus's sensor array came alive, emitting a low, insistent hum. Strong energy signatures ahead, he whispered, his eyes fixed on his screen. Multiple points, concentrated but distinct, and a very strong resonant frequency similar to the main ward but different. Lena held up a hand, signaling a halt. We're close, stay low, move slowly. We crept forward, our hearts pounding. Through a dense thicket of gnarled, ancient pines, we saw them, the Whispering Cairns. They were a cluster of massive, weathered stones, standing upright in a small clearing, forming a rough circle. They were colossal, covered in moss and lichen, their surfaces smooth and worn by millennia of wind and rain. They looked like teeth jutting from the earth, ancient and imposing. But it wasn't just their size that was remarkable. Each stone pulsed with a faint internal light, not the vibrant green of the main ward, but a softer, ethereal blue like moonlight caught in ice. And from within the circle of stones, a low, melodic hum vibrated through the air, a sound so subtle it was almost subliminal. It was the whispers Liam had mentioned. Incredible, Dr. Thorne breathed, his voice filled with reverence. These are true megaliths, and the blue light a different kind of energy, perhaps, a more subtle, resonant frequency. Marcus was already deploying his spectral analyzers, placing them carefully around the base of the stones. The energy signatures are incredibly complex, he reported, his fingers flying across his console. It's like a symphony of frequencies. The blue light is a manifestation of pure, stable energy. These cairns aren't just amplifying the main ward, they're acting as a colossal battery, feeding it, stabilizing it. Lena, meanwhile, scanned the perimeter, her rifle still raised, her gaze sweeping the dense tree line. The creature isn't here, she whispered, but I feel its presence, it's close, it's watching. I stood beside Dr. Thorne, mesmerized by the blue glow and the subtle hum of the cairns. It was a place of immense, ancient power, a stark contrast to the malevolent green of the failing ward. Liam's notes had been right. This was a deeper mystery, a fundamental aspect of the Blackwood's hidden truth. As Marcus continued his work, something unexpected happened. The blue light from the cairns began to intensify, pulsing rhythmically with a subtle hum. And then, from the largest stone, a faint, almost transparent image began to coalesce in the air above it. It was a swirling, ethereal mist, forming vague, indistinct shapes. "What is that?" I whispered, my voice thick with awe and apprehension. Dr. Thorne's eyes widened. Residual energy, psychic imprints perhaps. These stones are not merely conduits, they are also ancient recorders, they hold memories. The swirling mist grew clearer, forming a recognizable image, a flickering, shadowy silhouette of a tall, gaunt figure, its limbs elongated. The echo, but it was different now. It seemed less solid, more ethereal, almost translucent, as if it was merely an echo of itself, a shadow from the past. "It's the creature," Lena said, her voice hushed. "But it's not real, it's like a ghostly projection." Marcus looked up from his screen, his face pale. "The cairns are resonating with its past presence here. This place, it's a record of its encounters, its history." The ghostly image of the echo flickered and shifted, then slowly another figure began to appear beside it. This figure was human, smaller, clad in what looked like ancient, primitive clothing. It was holding something, a glowing green object. and it seemed to be facing the spectral echo, a look of grim determination on its ethereal face. An ancient human, Dr. Thorne breathed, his academic excitement momentarily overcoming his caution. A shaman, perhaps, or a druid. This is a memory, Alex, a memory of an ancient confrontation, the very first warding ritual. The ghostly human raised the green object, and as it did, the spectral echo recoiled, just as the real creature had recoiled from the ward. The image flickered, then both figures dissolved into the swirling mist, which then slowly faded back into the blue light of the cairns. Silence fell over the clearing, broken only by the soft hum of the stones and the distant sounds of the forest. We stared at each other, our faces etched with wonder and disbelief. It was a memory, I whispered, of how the ward was created, of the first time someone faced the echo. Dr. Thorne nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming. This changes everything. These cairns, they're not just batteries. They are the ancestral memory of the Blackwood, holding the secret to how the echo was first contained. The blue light, it signifies knowledge, ancient wisdom, perhaps even a different, more potent form of protection. Marcus, having completed his immediate scans, showed us the new data. The resonant frequency here is incredibly stable, incredibly pure. It's a clean energy source, unlike the main ward, which is more volatile and prone to disruption. If we can understand how this blue energy works, we might be able to replicate it, or even use it to strengthen the main ward permanently. Lena, however, was still scanning the perimeter, her face grim. This is invaluable information, but it's also extremely dangerous. If the echo knows we're here, knows we're accessing these ancient memories, it will be enraged. It will see us as a direct threat to its deepest secrets. As if on cue, a sudden, piercing shriek ripped through the air, echoing through the dense forest. It was closer this time, filled with a primal, malevolent rage. The ground trembled beneath our feet. "It's here," Lena yelled, her rifle snapping up, pointing towards the tree line on the opposite side of the clearing. "It's furious." The creature emerged from the shadows, a monstrous silhouette against the fading afternoon light. Its red eyes burned with a renewed, terrifying intensity, fixed not on us, but on the blue-glowing cairns. It let out a guttural roar, a sound of pure hatred and defiance. It took a step forward, then another, moving with that terrifying, unnatural fluidity. But this time it wasn't just pacing at the edge of the clearing. It was advancing directly towards the cairns, its massive form radiating an aura of overwhelming malevolence. "It's attacking the cairns," Dr. Thorne yelled, his voice laced with terror. "It's trying to destroy the source of its ancient weakness." The blue light of the cairns flickered, its gentle hum rising in pitch, almost like a scream. The creature lunged, its massive clawed hands striking the largest stone. There was a deafening crack, and a shower of blue sparks erupted as a large chunk of the ancient stone broke off, crumbling to the ground. The hum faltered, the blue light dimmed, and the ghostly image of the ancient shaman flickered into existence for a split second, a silent scream on its ethereal face before vanishing. "It's vulnerable," Lena shouted, opening fire with her rifle. The silenced shots cracked through the air, impacting the creature's dark hide, but still with no visible effect. The creature roared in defiance, turning its burning red eyes towards her, then back to the cairns. Marcus, meanwhile, was frantically trying to adjust his equipment. "It's draining the cairn's energy directly," he hissed, his face pale with fear. "It's learning, it's absorbing the blue energy, using it against itself." Dr. Thorne, seeing the imminent destruction of the ancient site, grabbed a small, ornate dagger from his satchel, a ceremonial tool he used for archaeological digs. "We have to stop it. It's erasing history. It's severing the connection." I knew what he meant. The cairns were not just stones. They were a library of ancient knowledge, a key to understanding the echo. If they were destroyed, Liam's deepest truth would be lost forever. "What do we do?" I yelled, my voice cracking with panic. Lena kept firing, but it was useless. The creature merely ignored her, focusing its destructive energy on the cairns. It raised its other hand, poised to strike again. The blue light was dimming rapidly, the hum turning into a desperate whine. "Distraction," Lena yelled. "We need to distract it, get its attention away from the cairns." Dr. Thorne, surprisingly, was the first to act. He let out a primal scream, a sound born of academic fury and sheer terror, and threw his ceremonial dagger directly at the creature. It struck its chest with a dull thud, doing no damage, but it did get the creature's attention. The echo slowly turned its head, its red eyes fixed on Dr. Thorne, a low, guttural growl rumbling in its chest. It had momentarily paused its attack on the cairns, its focus now on this defiant human. "Run," Lena screamed, pushing Marcus and me. "Get out of here, I'll try to cover you." Marcus, understanding the gravity of the situation, grabbed his most vital equipment and started to retreat, crawling backwards towards the tree line. I hesitated, looking at Dr. Thorne, who was now standing directly in the creature's line of sight, his face pale but resolute. "Go, Alex," Dr. Thorne yelled, his voice surprisingly firm. "This knowledge must survive." Lena opened fire again, a desperate volley aimed at the creature's head, trying to buy us precious seconds. The creature roared, frustrated, its attention split between the defiant humans and the vulnerable cairns. I knew I couldn't just leave Dr. Thorne, but I also knew the creature was immune to bullets. My mind raced, remembering Liam's journal, the glowing green light of the ward, the amulet. The amulet, I had two of them now, heavy and cool, in my pocket. Dr. Thorne had said the light of the ward was my greatest defense. The cairns pulsed with a blue light, pure and stable, a source of ancient protection. The memory we just witnessed showed an ancient human with a glowing green object repelling the creature. This wasn't about fighting, it was about ancient power. Dr. Thorne stood defiantly, a thin, vulnerable figure against the monstrous shadow of the echo. Lena fired another volley, but the creature ignored her, its red eyes fixed on Dr. Thorne, a low growl of menace rumbling from its chest. It raised a clawed hand, not to strike the cairns again, but to swipe at Dr. Thorne. No, I screamed, a raw, desperate sound. Instinct took over. I pulled both amulets from my pocket. They were rough, carved wood, warm now from my grip. I clutched them, a surge of adrenaline coursing through me. I remembered Liam's voice in my head, his unwavering belief, his sheer courage. The ward is your greatest defense, Dr. Thorne's words echoed. I pushed myself up, scrambling past Marcus, who was still retreating, frantically stuffing equipment into his bag. I ran towards Dr. Thorne, towards the creature, towards the fading blue light of the cairns. Alex, no, Lena yelled, her voice strained. Get back. But I couldn't. Dr. Thorne had bought us time, given us knowledge. I wasn't just going to run. My hand closed around the amulet in my pocket, recalling its cool, smooth surface. It represented a small, tangible link to the ancient, mystical forces we were now confronting. The green light of the main ward had pushed the creature back. The blue light of the cairns, even in their fractured state, held a pure, stable energy. Perhaps the amulets, crafted in the same vein as those grotesque carvings, contained a fragment of that very power. With a sudden burst of frantic energy, I pulled the two amulets from my pocket. They were rough, carved wood, warm now from my grip. I clutched them, the adrenaline coursing through me, and thrust them forward, not at the creature, but towards the largest, still partially glowing cairn. It was a desperate, unscientific gamble. I remembered Liam's voice in my head, his unwavering belief, his sheer courage. As I did, something unexpected happened. A faint, internal warmth spread from the amulets, tingling in my hand. A tiny, almost imperceptible spark of green light, like a miniature firefly, flickered within the intricate carvings of the wood. It was barely visible, but it was there. And as that tiny spark flared, the blue light of the cairns, though still dim, pulsed a little brighter, as if responding to a forgotten signal. The creature, which had been poised to strike Dr. Thorne, suddenly hesitated. Its massive, clawed hand froze in midair. Its head tilted, not in curiosity this time, but in a flicker of confusion, its burning red eyes darting from me to the now slightly reinvigorated blue light of the cairns. A low, guttural growl rumbled in its chest, a sound of uncertainty rather than pure rage. It was a fraction of a second, but it was enough. Lena seized the opportunity. She stopped firing, realizing bullets were useless. Instead, she let out a piercing, guttural yell, a sound honed from years in the wilderness. It was meant to startle, to disorient, to grab the creature's full, undivided attention. The echo recoiled slightly, the sudden, raw sound a jarring contrast to the subtle energy shift. It abandoned its attack on Dr. Thorne, its focus now entirely on Lena. It let out a frustrated bellow, turning its massive body towards her, momentarily forgetting the cairns. Run, Alex, get back, Lena screamed, her voice a mix of terror and command. I didn't need to be told twice. The amulets in my hand still held a faint warmth, a tiny green spark. It hadn't stopped the creature, not really, but it had bought us a precious moment, a crucial diversion. I grabbed Dr. Thorne by the arm. He was pale, trembling, but still on his feet. Come on, I urged, pulling him towards the tree line, towards where Marcus was now crouched, waiting for us. We scrambled for cover, diving into the dense undergrowth. Lena continued to make distracting noises, drawing the creature's attention away from the now slowly glowing cairns. Its enraged roars echoed through the forest, a terrifying symphony of primal fury. As soon as we were safely hidden, Marcus pulled out a small, portable device and pressed a button. A high-pitched, oscillating tone, barely audible, emitted from it. Infrasound emitter, he gasped, his voice tight. Designed to disorient large animals, might bother it. The creature thrashed wildly, its roars turning into a series of pained shrieks, tearing at the air. It seemed to be bothered by the infrasound, even if it couldn't truly harm it. This gave Lena the opportunity to make a quick, silent retreat, melting back into the shadows to join us. We were safe for the moment, hidden deep within the tree line, watching the creature's enraged rampage. It tore at the surrounding trees, its clawed hands ripping away thick branches as if venting its fury on the innocent forest. The blue light of the cairns pulsed steadily now, perhaps even a tiny bit brighter, having been spared further destruction. The amulet still hummed faintly in my hand, a silent witness to their brief, unexpected role. It worked, Dr. Thorne whispered, his voice shaky but filled with awe. The amulets, the energy you channeled from them, Alex, it resonated with the cairns. It reminded the creature of its ancient weakness. It's an almost perfect mimicry of the ward's influence. Marcus, meanwhile, was checking his sensor array, his eyes wide. The cairns are stabilizing, he reported, his voice filled with a similar awe. The blue energy is increasing, the damage, it's not reversing, but the power flow is consolidating. It's almost like the system is shoring up its defenses in response to your action, Alex. And the creature, it's still enraged, but it's no longer attacking the cairns directly. It's preoccupied. It's confused, Lena added, her breathing heavy. It doesn't understand what just happened. Your act, Alex, it was unpredictable. It disrupted its predatory algorithm. The creature continued its furious rampage for a few more minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished back into the shadows, its roars fading into the chilling silence of the Blackwood. It was a tactical retreat, not a defeat, but a reprieve nonetheless. We remained hidden, motionless, for another half hour until we were certain the creature was gone. The air still thrummed with residual energy, but the immediate danger had passed. Slowly, cautiously, we emerged from our hiding spot. The clearing around the cairns was a scene of devastation. Trees were ripped apart, their branches strewn across the ground. But the cairns themselves, though scarred and chipped, still stood, their blue light pulsing with a resilient, steady glow. Dr. Thorne approached me, his hand resting on my shoulder. Alex, what you did, it was remarkable. You instinctively tapped into the essence of the ward's power. Liam would be incredibly proud. I looked at the amulets in my hand. The tiny green spark was gone, but the intricate carvings still held a sense of silent power. I remembered what you said about the ward in Liam's journal, and I just reacted. Marcus, ever the pragmatist, was already back at work, carefully inspecting the damaged cairns, deploying more sensors. The damage is localized, he reported, his voice strained but hopeful. It's serious, but the core energy matrix is intact, and the amulets, they definitely created a localized energy spike, a unique frequency that temporarily boosted the cairn's output. It's like a biological amplifier. Lena, meanwhile, scanned the tree line, her face grim. It won't be long before it returns. It's intelligent. It will adapt. We need to move, and we need to move fast. We spent the next hour working feverishly, gathering as much data as possible. Marcus focused on the energy signatures, trying to understand how the cairns stabilized themselves after the attack, and how my brief instinctive action had influenced them. Dr. Thorne collected more stone samples, focusing on the newly exposed layers of the damaged cairn, hoping to find clues about its construction and material composition. He also tried to sketch the faint, almost invisible sigils that seemed to be etched into the very fabric of the stones, patterns similar to those on the main ward but far more complex. I too felt an urgency. I took more photographs, trying to capture the eerie blue glow of the cairns, the raw scars of the creature's attack, and the resolute expressions on my companions' faces. I felt a profound connection to this place, to this ancient struggle. Liam's presence was almost palpable, urging me on, reminding me of the immense truth we were uncovering. As Marcus finished his work, he stood up, wiping sweat from his brow. I've got enough data to work with, he announced. I think I understand how the blue energy works. It's a multi-layered harmonic frequency. It's essentially a bioenergetic shield that responds to certain keys or triggers. The amulets, Alex, they were like a very primitive version of those keys. They carry a remnant of the original frequency, a kind of ancient programming that momentarily reactivated the cairn's core defense system. Dr. Thorne nodded, his eyes gleaming with academic triumph. This confirms my hypothesis. The Aboriginal peoples of this region and others like them understood the intrinsic energy of the earth and how to manipulate it. The cairns in the main ward are not just structures, they are ancient technologies, organic in nature, designed to interact with and control these forces. And the creature, the Echo, is a disruption in that natural order, an entity that seeks to dominate and corrupt these ancient energy pathways. Lena broke in, her voice low and urgent. We have to go now. The creature knows we're accessing its deepest secrets. It won't tolerate it. It will return and it will be prepared. We agreed. We had gained invaluable data and a crucial understanding of the Blackwood's ancient defenses, but we had also pushed the Echo to its breaking point. Its fury would be immense. Our retreat was even more cautious than our approach. We moved silently, swiftly, Lena leading the way, Marcus bringing up the rear, his sensors now actively scanning for any sign of the creature. The air still felt heavy, charged with the lingering threat. The silence of the Blackwood, once merely watchful, now felt actively hostile. We reached the fire lookout tower just as dusk began to settle, exhausted but exhilarated. The climb up the rickety stairs felt like a monumental effort, but once inside, surrounded by the familiar comfort of our makeshift lab, a sense of temporary relief washed over us. Lena immediately secured the perimeter, checking the thermal cameras and acoustic sensors. Marcus uploaded the new data to his laptop, his fingers flying across the keyboard, already eager to analyze the intricate frequencies of the cairns. Dr. Thorne spread out his new stone samples and sketches, his eyes alight with discovery. I, meanwhile, felt a profound weight lift, replaced by a surge of hope. We had faced the Echo, and we had, for the first time, pushed it back, even if only momentarily. The tower became a hive of activity. Marcus projected a holographic map of the Blackwood, now overlaid with shimmering blue lines radiating from the cairns, intertwining with the green lines emanating from the main ward. These are the harmonic frequencies, he explained, gesturing at the complex pattern. The blue lines are the stable, pure energy of the cairns. The green lines are the more volatile but still powerful energy of the main ward. They are intricately connected, almost like a circulatory system. The cairns feed the ward, amplify its power, and also act as a kind of historical archive. The creature was trying to sever those connections to bleed the system dry. He then showed us the detailed spectral analysis of the amulets. These amulets, Alex, they carry a faint imprint of the cairn's frequency. They are like tuning forks. When you held them near the cairns, you momentarily resonated with their core frequency, causing a surge of defensive energy. It's astonishing. It suggests a forgotten technology, a way to interact with these ancient power sources. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, had found something remarkable in his stone samples. These fragments from the cairn, he announced, holding up a small, shimmering piece of rock, contain trace elements of a crystalline structure unlike anything I've ever seen. It appears to be bioluminescent, not just reflective, and it resonates with a unique magnetic frequency. This is not ordinary stone, Alex. This is a specially cultivated material, perhaps grown or engineered by the ancient inhabitants of this forest, designed to interact with the Earth's ley lines. He then showed us his detailed sketches of the sigils on the cairns. These are ancient symbols of protection, of balance, of containment, but they are also a narrative. They tell a story of a long-forgotten war, a struggle to contain the echo. The memory you witnessed, Alex, of the ancient shaman and the spectral creature, it was a literal, energetic imprint of that first battle recorded within the crystalline matrix of the cairns. It's a living history book. Lena, listening intently, added, "This means the echo isn't just a random monster. It's an ancient force, a sentient entity that has been fighting this war for millennia. And it's losing ground because its ancient adversaries built these defenses. Its rage is justified from its perspective. We are the new players in an age-old conflict." The implications were staggering. Liam hadn't just found a creature, he had stumbled upon a fundamental cosmic struggle, a battle between primordial forces and ancient human wisdom. The Blackwood was not just a forest, it was a battlefield, a sanctuary, and a prison. "So what's the plan?" I asked, looking at the complex web of information on the holographic map. "How do we use this knowledge?" Dr. Thorne leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. "We have several objectives. First, we need to find a way to permanently restore the main ward. Marcus's temporary fix will only hold for a few more days, perhaps a week. If we can understand how the cairns transmit their energy and how that unique crystalline structure works, we might be able to replicate it or even create a permanent amplifier." Secondly, Lena added, pointing to various points on the map, "we need to understand the echo's full range of capabilities and its vulnerabilities. We know bullets are useless, but what about sound, light, energy manipulation? We need to gather more observational data and ideally find a way to contain it or at least drive it back permanently." Marcus, meanwhile, had isolated a new anomaly on his map. "I'm picking up another significant energy signature," he announced, his voice tight. "Approximately 10 miles northeast of here. It's strong, incredibly stable, and it's resonating with a complex mix of both the green and blue frequencies. It wasn't on my initial scans. It's almost like it just activated." We all leaned closer, our breath held. On the holographic map, a new node appeared, pulsing with a vibrant, multicolored light, a combination of green and blue. It was located deep within a previously uncharted section of the Blackwood, a remote, high-altitude plateau Liam had vaguely mentioned in his journal as the Plateau of Whispers, but never fully explored. "What is that?" I whispered, a prickle of dread and excitement running down my spine. Dr. Thorne's eyes widened in disbelief. "A new energy node after all this time, that's unprecedented." He pulled out Liam's journal, flipping frantically through the pages. Liam mentioned a legend, a Native American tale about a heartstone or sky-eye hidden deep in the forest, a place of immense power where the earth and sky converged. He dismissed it as pure myth, but he did note unusual atmospheric phenomena in that general direction. Lena tapped a finger on the map. "That location, it's a high plateau, extremely difficult to access, very dense, old-growth forest. It's a natural fortress." Marcus, meanwhile, was cross-referencing the energy signature. "It's massive, much larger than the cairns and even stronger than the main ward when it was fully powered. It's like the central hub of the entire system. And the unique blend of green and blue frequencies suggests it's the source of both types of energy. It's probably the very core, the origin point of all the warding power in the Blackwood." A chilling thought struck me. If it just activated, then what triggered it? And if it's so powerful, why didn't it activate before? Dr. Thorne looked grim. Perhaps it sensed the imminent collapse of the main ward and the attack on the cairns, or perhaps it sensed our intervention. Our success in stabilizing the cairns, however briefly, might have sent a ripple effect through the entire network, awakening the dormant heartstone. Lena's face was etched with apprehension. "If it's the core, the ultimate source of power, then it's also the ultimate target. If the echo finds it and destroys it, the entire Blackwood's defenses will collapse. The creature will be unleashed unchecked. The silence that followed was heavy, filled with the unspoken fear of what we had just discovered. We had found the key, the origin point of the ancient power, but in doing so we had also exposed it to the greatest danger. The echo would undoubtedly seek it out. "We have to go there," I said, my voice firm, dispelling the suffocating silence. "We have to protect it. It's the only way to save the Blackwood and to honor Liam's memory." Dr. Thorne nodded slowly. "Indeed, this Heartstone it is the ultimate prize for both sides. If we can secure it, understand its power, we might be able to permanently restore the wards and perhaps even find a way to bind the echo once and for all." Marcus, however, was still looking at his map, his brow furrowed. "There's another anomaly," he murmured, pointing to a much fainter, almost imperceptible signature near the Heartstone. "A very weak, almost chaotic energy field radiating outwards from the Heartstone. It's unstable, erratic. It almost looks like a corrupted energy stream." Lena's eyes narrowed. "Corrupted, what does that mean?" "I'm not sure," Marcus admitted. "It's like the Heartstone in its awakening is releasing something else, something broken. It's not hostile, not like the echo. It's just chaotic, like static electricity, but alive." Dr. Thorne suddenly snapped his fingers, a look of revelation on his face. Liam's silence, his notes on the Plateau of Whispers mentioned patches of unnatural silence, where sound seemed to be absorbed, where light appeared to bend. He dismissed it as atmospheric distortion, but what if it's this corrupted energy stream, a side effect of the Heartstone awakening, a release of raw, unchanneled power? The idea was unsettling, a powerful new ally, but with a potentially dangerous, unpredictable side effect. "We need to prepare," Lena said, her voice cutting through the tension. "This is our most dangerous mission yet. The Heartstone is undoubtedly sacred ground for the Echo, and it will defend it fiercely. And this corrupted energy stream, we don't know what it is or what it can do." The next few days were a blur of intense preparation. We meticulously planned our route to the Plateau of Whispers, using Lena's extensive knowledge of the Blackwood's terrain and Marcus's detailed topographical maps. The plateau was about 10 miles northeast of the Lookout Tower, a journey that would take us through some of the most remote and untamed sections of the forest. Lena reinforced our supplies: extra water, high-energy rations, first aid kits, and more specialized ammunition for her rifle, though she admitted its effectiveness against the Echo was questionable. She also introduced a new piece of equipment, a portable, high-intensity sonic emitter designed for crowd control but potentially useful for disorienting the creature. "It won't hurt it," she explained, "but it might create enough localized acoustic interference to disrupt its senses, give us a window." Marcus, meanwhile, modified his sensor array, integrating new spectral analyzers specifically tuned to the Heartstone's unique frequency. He also devised a new type of frequency modulator, a larger, more powerful version of the one he'd used on the main ward, designed to interact directly with the Heartstone's energy. "If we can access the Heartstone's core frequency, we might be able to create a permanent energy amplification for the wards," he explained. "But it'll be immensely risky. This power source, it's unlike anything we've ever encountered." Dr. Thorne spent hours poring over ancient texts, searching for any references to the Heartstone, its purpose, or its potential dangers. He found fragmented references to a wellspring of creation and a heart of the world, places where primordial energies converged. Some texts warned of the immense power, noting that if improperly handled, it could unleash chaos or shatter the veil between worlds. The warnings were ominous. I focused on Liam's journal, searching for any forgotten clues, any passing remark about the Plateau of Whispers that might have seemed insignificant at the time but could now be vital. I found a few vague references to strange light patterns and an unsettling quiet in that direction. Liam had been drawn to it, but had never made it there, always diverted by the discovery of the main ward. He had been so close. One evening, as rain hammered against the Lookout Tower windows, Lena discovered something on her thermal cameras. A series of faint, almost imperceptible heat signatures moving in a wide, circular pattern around the tower just beyond the reach of our spotlights. "It's watching us," she whispered, her voice grim. "It's observing our routine. It knows we're preparing for something big." My blood ran cold. The creature was playing a game of cat and mouse, a chilling testament to its intelligence. It was learning, adapting, waiting for its moment. "It's not attacking directly," Dr. Thorne observed. "It's curious, it's calculating, it wants to know where we're going next." Marcus confirmed this. The localized energy drain around the main ward has intensified slightly. It's testing it, and it's trying to identify the source of the cairn's renewed power. We knew we were on a timer. The creature was not just a threat, it was a rival intelligence, a strategic adversary. Our next move would be crucial. The morning we set out for the Plateau of Whispers dawned cold and clear, the air crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth. The Blackwood seemed to hold its breath, its ancient eyes watching our every move. The sun, a pale disk in the sky, cast long, distorted shadows through the dense canopy. Our journey was slow, arduous, and fraught with tension. Lena led the way, her rifle held ready, her eyes constantly sweeping the shadows. She moved with an almost preternatural awareness, navigating through dense thickets and over treacherous terrain with silent grace. Marcus followed, his sensor array scanning constantly, searching for any hint of the echo or the corrupted energy stream. Doctor Thorne and I brought up the rear, documenting everything, our cameras and recorders running continuously. I clutched both amulets, feeling their reassuring weight in my pocket, a silent prayer for protection. As we delved deeper into the blackwood, the forest grew wilder, more ancient. The trees were colossal, gnarled, and twisted, their branches draped in thick, ancient moss, creating a twilight world beneath their canopy. The air grew colder, heavier, charged with that familiar electrical tang, now intensified, almost painful. Marcus's sensor array began to hum faintly. Picking up faint energy signatures, he whispered. The corrupted stream, it's like a low-level hum, almost a static field, and it's growing stronger. We continued for several more hours, pushing our bodies to their limits. The terrain became even more challenging, steep ascents giving way to treacherous ravines. The silence of the Blackwood was no longer merely watchful, it was oppressive, suffocating. My imagination conjured the creature in every shadow, its burning red eyes fixed on us. Suddenly, Lena held up a hand, signaling a halt. "Something's not right," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "The air, it's too still, no birds, no insects, nothing." We froze, listening. She was right. The forest was utterly, unnaturally silent. It was the unnatural silence Liam had noted in his journal, a place where sound seemed to die. Then Marcus's sensor array let out a series of frantic beeps. "The corrupted stream," he hissed. "It's spiking, rapid fluctuations in localized energy, it's alive." As he spoke, a strange phenomenon began to unfold before our eyes. The air around us seemed to shimmer, to waver, as if we were looking through distorted glass. Colors shifted, light bent, and shadows danced with an unnatural life of their own. The trees seemed to stretch, their forms elongating and twisting into grotesque shapes. It was like walking into a nightmare. "What is happening?" I whispered, my voice thick with fear. Dr. Thorne, his face pale, gasped. "The corrupted stream, it's affecting our perception. It's like a localized reality distortion field generated by the Heartstone. It's not hostile, but it's immensely disorienting." Lena struggled to maintain her composure, her rifle held steady. "Stay together, don't look directly at the distortions, focus on your footing." But it was almost impossible. The ground seemed to undulate, the trees swayed as if caught in an invisible current. My sense of balance was thrown off, and I stumbled, almost falling. The air itself felt thick, syrupy, as if resisting my every movement. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the distorted silence. A low, rhythmic thump-thump-thump, like a giant, unseen heart beating deep within the earth. It was powerful, resonant, vibrating through my very bones. "The Heartstone," Dr. Thorne breathed, his eyes wide. "We're close, that's its pulse." The distortions intensified. The air rippled like water, and for a terrifying moment the trees around us seemed to melt and reform, their bark swirling into patterns that looked like screaming faces. It was a hallucinatory landscape, a terrifying manifestation of raw, untamed energy. Marcus, however, seemed strangely unaffected. He focused intensely on his sensor array, adjusting its settings. "The distortion is a field effect, not a direct attack," he reported, his voice remarkably steady. "It's a byproduct of the Heartstone's energy, but I think I can filter it. My sensors are picking up the true coordinates." He led us forward, moving slowly, deliberately through the bewildering landscape. We trusted him implicitly, navigating by the sound of his voice and the steady hum of his equipment. After what felt like an eternity, the distortions began to lessen, gradually fading into a surreal, hazy glow. The air grew clearer, though still thick with that electric tang. And then, through a final veil of shimmering air, we saw it. The Plateau of Whispers. It was a vast, open clearing, situated atop a towering, rocky peak. The ground was composed of smooth, obsidian-like rock, glistening with moisture. In the very center of the plateau, rising majestically from the earth, was the Heartstone. It was unlike anything I had ever imagined. Not a single stone, but a colossal formation of interwoven crystals towering hundreds of feet into the sky. It pulsed with an internal light, a breathtaking cascade of emerald green and sapphire blue swirling and blending, radiating an ethereal glow that illuminated the entire plateau. It was a living monument, a nexus of pure ancient energy. And around its base, intertwined with its crystalline structure, were thousands of the grotesque wooden carvings, larger and more intricate than any Liam had found, all facing inwards, their silent, pagan faces worshipping the Heartstone. "Incredible," Dr. Thorne whispered, his voice filled with reverence. "The Heartstone, the wellspring of all the wards, it's magnificent." Marcus immediately began setting up his advanced spectral analyzers, his face a mask of scientific awe. "The energy readings are off the charts," he reported, his voice trembling slightly. "It's not just powerful, it's harmonious. It's like a living symphony of energy, perfectly balanced between the green and blue frequencies. It's the ultimate energy source." Lena, meanwhile, scanned the perimeter, her rifle raised, her gaze sweeping the dense tree line that ringed the plateau. The distorted air still shimmered at the edges of the clearing, a protective barrier. No sign of the creature, she murmured. But it knows we're here, it feels its pulse, it's coming. I stood mesmerized, gazing at the colossal crystalline structure. The green and blue lights pulsed in perfect synchronicity, bathing the plateau in an otherworldly glow. It was beautiful, terrifying, and awe-inspiring. This was the source of Liam's truth, the heart of the Blackwood's mystery. Dr. Thorne, recovering from his initial shock, pulled out a specialized camera, its lens coated with a thick, protective filter. "We need to document everything," he urged. "Every detail, every nuance of this remarkable structure. This is the culmination of Liam's research, Alex. This is where we truly understand." We spent the next hour working with a frantic urgency, driven by the ticking clock of the creature's inevitable arrival. Marcus deployed a network of sensors around the Heartstone, creating a 3D holographic projection of its intricate energy matrix. He looked like a wizard manipulating unseen forces, revealing the very fabric of reality. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, took thousands of photographs, sketched intricate diagrams, and meticulously recorded audio logs, his voice filled with a mixture of academic wonder and profound respect. He studied the ancient carvings around the Heartstone's base, tracing their patterns, finding a new depth of meaning in their grotesque forms. "These aren't just wards, Alex," he explained, pointing to a particularly intricate carving. "These are invocations, prayers. They are a plea to the Heartstone, a connection forged between ancient man and primordial power. They are guardians, but they are also communicators." I too felt an overwhelming urge to document this moment. My camera clicked, recording the breathtaking beauty of the Heartstone, the focused intensity of my companions, and the silent, watchful menace of the surrounding forest. I zoomed in on the intricate carvings, on the swirling patterns of green and blue light, trying to capture the sheer majesty of it all. Liam's presence was stronger here than anywhere else, a silent guide, a gentle push to uncover the ultimate truth. Suddenly, Lena stiffened, her rifle snapping up, pointing towards the shimmering edges of the distortion field. "Movement," she whispered, her voice taut with suppressed urgency. "It's here, and it's not alone." My blood ran cold, not alone. As she spoke, the distortions at the edge of the plateau intensified, swirling violently. And then, from within the chaos, a grotesque cavalcade of figures began to emerge. They were smaller than the echo, but no less terrifying. Gaunt, twisted forms, their bark-like skin mottled and scarred, their limbs elongated and skeletal. Their eyes, though smaller, burned with the same malevolent red as the echo's. They moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, like puppets on invisible strings, but their numbers were horrifying. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, pouring out of the distortion field, converging on the Heartstone. "Minions," Dr. Thorne gasped, his face pale with horror. "Lesser echoes, proxies. The folklore mentioned them, but I never believed the creature can create its own extensions, its own army." Marcus's sensor array began to shriek, a cacophony of alarms. Massive, fluctuating biosignatures. They're not as powerful as the main echo, but their numbers are overwhelming, and they're radiating the same chaotic energy as the corrupted stream. Lena let out a desperate cry. "They're coming for the Heartstone, they're trying to overwhelm us." She opened fire, a concentrated burst of silenced shots aimed at the lead figures, but just like their progenitor, the smaller echoes were immune. The bullets sparked off their bark-like skin, leaving no visible damage. They merely hissed, a collective, chilling sound, and continued their relentless advance. The Heartstone pulsed frantically, its green and blue lights flaring in response to the encroaching threat. The ancient carvings around its base seemed to twist and contort, their silent faces screaming in defiance. "They're trying to destabilize the Heartstone," Dr. Thorne yelled, his voice laced with terror. "They're a chaotic force designed to disrupt its harmony." Marcus, meanwhile, was frantically adjusting his equipment. "I need to deploy the frequency modulator. I need to access the Heartstone's core frequency and create a counterpulse. Otherwise, they'll overwhelm." The Heartstone's majestic pulse, once a harmonious blend of green and blue, now flickered erratically, mirroring the rising chaos. Lena, with a desperate snarl, adjusted her aim, attempting to hit the joints or weak points on the approaching minions, but it was useless. Their bark-like skin seemed to absorb the impact, and their numbers were simply too great. They were like a dark, living tide flowing over the obsidian-like rock of the plateau. Their red eyes, small but numerous, burned with a cold, unsettling intelligence. Each one radiated that same chaotic energy Marcus had identified, a dissonant hum that vibrated in the air, making the very light seem to twist around them. "They're fast," Lena yelled over the shriek of Marcus's sensors. "Marcus, how long?" Marcus, hunched over his equipment, his face a mask of intense concentration, didn't even look up. "Almost there. I need a direct line, unobstructed access to the Heartstone's base frequency. The distortions are making it difficult." He fumbled with cables, his fingers flying across the holographic interface projecting from his console, a chaotic symphony of numbers and oscillating waveforms. Dr. Thorne, ever the academic, was still attempting to make sense of the new enemy. They appear to be extensions, perhaps animated by the echo's will. They lack individuality, but their collective power is a direct assault on the Heartstone's stability. He pointed to a particularly large minion, its limbs disproportionately long, making it look like a skeletal tree come to life. Its clawed hands were already tearing at one of the ancient wooden carvings at the Heartstone's base, trying to pry it free. Panic clawed at me. My camera, which had been recording, felt useless. I gripped the two amulets in my pocket, their smooth, carved surfaces cold against my palm. I remembered their brief, surprising effect at the cairns, the momentary surge of blue light, the creature's hesitation. It was a desperate gamble, but what other choice did we have? The amulets, I shouted, pushing past Dr. Thorne. They resonated with the cairns, maybe they can resonate with the Heartstone. Dr. Thorne's eyes widened, a flicker of understanding mixed with disbelief. Alex, it's a different scale entirely, this is the source. But I was already moving. I pushed past him, ignoring Lena's frantic shouts to stay back. The minions were now mere yards from the Heartstone's base, their chaotic energy palpable, a suffocating presence. The Heartstone itself pulsed with an urgent, desperate rhythm, its vibrant green and blue lights dimming, struggling against the encroaching corruption. The wooden carvings around its base now glowed faintly, a weak, desperate counterpulse, as if trying to push back the encroaching darkness. I ran towards the nearest point where the minions were attacking, a spot where several of the smaller echoes were tearing at the base of the colossal crystal formation. I pulled out both amulets, clutching them tightly, and thrust them towards the Heartstone. As my hand neared the base, the amulets flared, not with a tiny green spark this time, but with a vibrant, almost violent burst of pure emerald green light, so bright it forced me to squint. It was a searing, intense green, far more powerful than anything I'd witnessed before. And as that light erupted, it wasn't just absorbed by the Heartstone, it seemed to interact with it like a key finding its lock. A shockwave of pure energy erupted from the Heartstone, emanating directly from where I held the amulets. It wasn't physical force, but a wave of resonant frequency, pure and potent. The green light from the Heartstone intensified dramatically, mirroring the brilliance of the amulets, pushing back against the encroaching chaos. The minions recoiled, shrieking in unison, a sound like dry branches snapping under immense pressure. Their bark-like skin seemed to crackle and smoke where the green light touched them, and their red eyes flickered as if in pain. They stumbled backward, their jerky movements becoming even more erratic, momentarily breaking their relentless advance. It wasn't enough to destroy them, but it was a clear, undeniable repulsion. It worked, Dr. Thorne yelled, his voice a mix of exhilaration and awe. The amulets, they're resonating with the Heartstone's green frequency. You're acting as a conduit, Alex. Marcus, meanwhile, had found his window. I'm in, he shouted, a triumphant cry. I've locked onto the core frequency, deploying modulator now. He slammed his hand down on a console button. A deep, resonating hum, far more powerful and stable than anything we'd heard, emanated from Marcus's frequency modulator. It was a clear, pure tone, a harmonic frequency that perfectly matched the Heartstone's green and blue pulse. The sound wasn't loud, but it permeated everything, a vibration that settled deep into your bones, calming the chaotic energy that had been distorting the air. The Heartstone responded instantly. Its green and blue lights flared with renewed vigor, pulsing with a steady, powerful rhythm that seemed to radiate strength and ancient defiance. The light began to spread, pushing back the shimmering distortions at the edge of the plateau, slowly purifying the air. The minions shrieked again, but this time it was a sound of true agony. The harmonic frequency from Marcus's modulator, amplified by the Heartstone, seemed to tear at their very essence. They writhed, their forms contorting in unnatural ways, their bark-like skin cracking and flaking. The chaotic energy they radiated began to dissipate, replaced by the clean, potent energy of the Heartstone. It's working, Marcus yelled. The modulator is creating a counter-frequency. It's stabilizing the Heartstone's output and shattering their chaotic energy fields. Lena, seeing the shift, lowered her rifle slightly, her face etched with a mix of relief and grim determination. They're weakening, keep it up, Marcus. I, still holding the amulets, felt an immense drain on my own energy, as if I was literally channeling the Heartstone's power. The amulets in my hand were searing hot, their green glow almost blinding. But I held firm, channeling every ounce of my will, willing the power to flow to push back the darkness. The minions, dozens of them, were now writhing on the ground, some collapsing entirely, dissolving into wisps of black smoke that were swiftly swept away by the now purified air currents. A few, more resilient than the others, tried to fight against the overwhelming frequency clawing at the ground, but they were clearly losing. Their red eyes dimmed, their forms wavered, and they too began to dissipate. It was a slow, agonizing process, but it was a victory. The Heartstone, now radiating its full power, pulsed with an almost blinding brilliance, its green and blue energies swirling in perfect harmony. The plateau was being cleansed, the chaotic energy banished. As the last of the minions dissolved into nothingness, a deafening roar ripped through the air, vibrating the very ground beneath our feet. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated fury, a primal scream of defeat and vengeance. From the shimmering edges of the distortion field where the minions had first emerged, the echo appeared. It wasn't a spectral projection this time. It was real, solid, massive, its burning red eyes fixed on us with a terrifying, malevolent intensity. Its form seemed even larger, its shadow stretching across the entire plateau, momentarily eclipsing the Heartstone's radiant light. "It's here," Lena whispered, her voice tight, her rifle snapping back up. "It's enraged, it saw what we did." The echo let out another guttural roar, a sound that seemed to shatter the very air. It lunged forward, not with its usual fluid grace, but with a raw, desperate fury tearing through the last vestiges of the distortion field. Its massive, clawed hands were outstretched, aimed directly at Marcus and his modulator, the source of its minions' destruction. "It's going for Marcus," Dr. Thorne yelled. "He's vulnerable." Marcus, still hunched over his equipment, didn't seem to hear. He was too focused on maintaining the modulator's frequency, keeping the Heartstone stable. He had just saved us, saved the Heartstone, but now he was the most exposed. I released the amulets, letting them drop to the obsidian ground. They continued to glow with a faint green light, but my energy was spent. I felt dizzy, my head pounding, but the adrenaline still coursed through me. The creature was lunging. There was no time to think. "Marcus, look out!" I screamed, my voice raw. Lena opened fire, a desperate volley aimed at the creature's head, but as before, the bullets sparked off its hide, doing no damage. It merely roared, ignoring her, its eyes fixed on Marcus. In a split second, Dr. Thorne reacted. He didn't have a weapon, but he had knowledge. He grabbed a handful of dirt and small stones from the base of the Heartstone where the ancient carvings were. He thrust his hand forward, flinging the ancient earth at the charging echo, not as a weapon, but as a symbolic gesture, an act of defiance, invoking the ancient power around them. It was a meaningless gesture, yet the creature hesitated for a fraction of a second. Its burning red eyes flickered from Marcus to Dr. Thorne, then to the glowing amulets on the ground. Perhaps it was the symbolism, the touch of the sacred ground, or perhaps it was a momentary disruption in its single-minded rage. That fraction of a second was all Lena needed. She had seen the echo's aversion to light at the tower. Without a word, she pulled a small, powerful flashbang grenade from her tactical vest. She ripped off the pin and hurled it directly at the creature's face. The flash was blinding, erupting with an almost supernatural intensity, a burst of pure white light that momentarily eclipsed even the Heartstone's brilliance. A deafening bang reverberated across the plateau. The echo shrieked, a sound of pure agony, recoiling violently, its massive form stumbling backward. Its red eyes, caught in the flash, seemed to dim like embers fading in a sudden downpour. It raised its clawed hands to its face, as if shielding itself from the unbearable light and sound. "Run, Marcus," Lena yelled, still struggling with the ringing in her ears. "Move it." Marcus, startled by the flashbang but still coherent, finally looked up. He scrambled away from his equipment, leaving the modulator still humming, still radiating its harmonic frequency into the Heartstone. He dove behind a cluster of particularly thick, gnarled ancient carvings, finding temporary cover. The echo, disoriented and enraged, thrashed wildly, its guttural roars echoing across the plateau. It couldn't see us clearly, but it knew we were there. Its immense claws tore at the obsidian ground, gouging deep furrows as if trying to tear the very earth apart. "It's blind, temporarily," Lena shouted, her voice strained. "We have to use this chance." Dr. Thorne, recovering from the blast, looked at the glowing Heartstone, then at Marcus's abandoned modulator. "The modulator, we can't leave it, it's keeping the Heartstone stable." I looked at the echo, still thrashing wildly, its rage palpable even in its temporary blindness. Its red eyes were slowly regaining their intensity, blinking rapidly, trying to refocus. We had mere seconds. "I'll get it," I yelled. Before anyone could stop me, I sprinted towards the modulator. It was a calculated risk. The echo was still disoriented, but it wouldn't be for long. I reached Marcus's equipment, grabbed the central console of the modulator, and with a grunt pulled it free from its connection to the Heartstone. It was heavier than it looked, but the adrenaline gave me temporary strength. As I turned to run back, the echo's red eyes snapped open, blazing with renewed fury. It had regained its sight. It saw me, a tiny, vulnerable figure clutching its tormentor. It let out a chilling roar, a sound of pure triumph, and lunged. "Alex, no," Lena screamed. I knew I wouldn't make it. It was too fast. The echo's massive clawed hand was already reaching for me, its shadow engulfing me. Suddenly, a blinding flash of green light erupted from the amulets I had dropped earlier. They had been lying on the ground near the Heartstone, pulsing faintly. Now, fueled by the Heartstone's full power, they pulsed with an incredible, almost self-aware intensity, a radiant green shield flaring outwards, directly between me and the creature. The echo's clawed hand impacted the invisible shield of green light with a sickening crunch. It recoiled violently, shrieking in agony. This wasn't just a repulsion, it was a physical blow. Its bark-like skin, where it touched the light, actually seemed to burn, a faint, smoky residue rising from its immense hand. "The amulets," Dr. Thorne yelled, his voice filled with incredulity. They're drawing power directly from the Heartstone, they're creating a localized ward. I used the precious moment of the creature's recoil to scramble away, clutching the modulator, diving towards the ancient carvings where Marcus and Dr. Thorne were hiding. I made it, collapsing behind the ancient wood, gasping for breath, the modulator still humming faintly in my hands. The echo roared a frustrated, furious sound. It slowly drew its hand back, inspecting the faint, smoking scorch marks on its dark hide. Its red eyes, now fully recovered, blazed with a terrifying mixture of pain and hatred. It looked at the amulet, still pulsing with brilliant green light, then at us, hiding behind the ancient carvings. It seemed to understand. These weren't mere humans anymore. We were connected to the Heartstone, to the very source of its ancient weakness. The creature let out a low, guttural growl, a sound of deep, simmering menace. It didn't charge again. Instead, it slowly, deliberately began to circle the Heartstone, its massive form radiating an aura of overwhelming power, its red eyes fixed on the pulsating green amulets, then on us, then on the magnificent crystalline Heartstone itself. It was a standoff. We were hidden, protected, but trapped. The Heartstone pulsed steadily, its green and blue energies radiating across the plateau, held stable by the modulator I now clutched. The amulets continued to glow, a beacon of defiant green light, preventing the creature from directly attacking the Heartstone or us. Lena peered around the ancient carving, her rifle still raised. "It's waiting," she whispered, her voice tight. "It's trying to figure out our next move, it's learning." Marcus, having retrieved a smaller, more portable sensor from his pack, was quickly analyzing the situation. "The amulets are creating a localized energy barrier," he explained, his voice still a little shaky. "A temporary but incredibly potent warding field. It's drawing directly from the Heartstone's green frequency, which is its protective aspect. The creature can't pass through it, not without immense pain." Dr. Thorne nodded, his face grim. "But it also can't stay away. This is its ancient enemy, its ultimate prison. It will try to find a way to circumvent this new defense. It will probe, it will test, it will wait for an opening." I looked at the modulator in my hands. It was the key to keeping the Heartstone stable, to maintaining the harmonic frequency that had banished the minions. But it was also heavy, cumbersome, and bound us to this spot. "So what do we do now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "We're stuck here, it's not going to leave." Lena frowned, scanning the edges of the plateau. "There's only one way off this plateau, and it's right through that creature." She pointed to a narrow, winding path that led down the sheer rock face, the only discernible exit. The echo seemed to read our thoughts. It settled into a defensive crouch, its massive form blocking the only exit, its red eyes glowing with an intelligent, patient malevolence. It was a trap. "It knows," Marcus whispered. "It's waiting for us to make a mistake." The sun began its slow descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the plateau. The air grew colder, and the Heartstone's light, though still potent, seemed to lose some of its midday brilliance, its green and blue pulses shimmering against the darkening sky. We were facing a long, terrifying night, trapped on a high plateau with a primordial entity as our jailer. Dr. Thorne broke the silence, his voice filled with a renewed determination. "We can't just wait. We have the modulator, we have the Heartstone, we have to analyze it, we have to understand it. There must be a way to use its power to bind the echo once and for all." Marcus immediately began to connect the modulator to his laptop, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "The modulator can act as a direct interface with the Heartstone," he explained, his voice filled with scientific excitement despite the peril. "I can analyze its full energy spectrum, identify its core functions, and perhaps even find a way to manipulate its output to create a more powerful permanent ward." Lena, meanwhile, set up a tight defensive perimeter, her rifle scanning the creature's every move. She placed small, motion-activated sensors around our hiding spot, connecting them wirelessly to her console. "It won't catch us by surprise," she said grimly. "But we need to conserve our resources. We don't know how long this will last." As night fell, the plateau transformed into an otherworldly scene. The Heartstone pulsed with an even more ethereal glow, its green and blue lights casting shifting shadows across the obsidian rock. The ancient carvings around its base seemed to absorb the light, their grotesque faces imbued with a silent, watchful life. The echo, a massive, brooding silhouette against the starlit sky, continued its slow, silent vigil, its red eyes burning like twin coals in the darkness. We worked through the night, fueled by adrenaline and the sheer urgency of our mission. Marcus, bathed in the glow of his laptop screen and the Heartstone's light, delved deep into the Heartstone's energy matrix. He projected a new holographic map, showing the intricate network of ley lines across the Blackwood, all converging on the Heartstone. "It's a truly symbiotic system," he explained, his voice low with awe. "The green frequency is the defensive, protective aspect. It actively repels the echo, creates localized wards, and even heals damage to the ley lines. The blue frequency, however, is the life-giving, regenerative aspect. It nourishes the forest, supports the ancient life forms, and also maintains the Heartstone's crystalline structure. The echo, it's a creature of imbalance, a disruption to this natural harmony." He then showed us how the amulets, still glowing faintly on the ground, were continuously drawing a small, stable stream of green energy from the Heartstone, creating a persistent, localized ward. It's like they're hardwired to the Heartstone's defense mechanism, Marcus noted, amazed. A passive, self-sustaining ward, they're effectively mini-Heartstones. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, was meticulously cataloging the ancient carvings, making new sketches, drawing connections to forgotten lore. These carvings, he explained, holding up a new sketch, they are not just physical objects, they are conduits. They help to channel and direct the Heartstone's energy. The ancient inhabitants, they weren't just warding the forest, they were interacting with it, maintaining its balance. They understood the language of the Heartstone. I focused on Liam's journal, finding new resonance in his cryptic notes. He had been so close to understanding this symbiotic relationship, this ancient technology. His observations about the forest's healing power and the whispers of the trees now made perfect sense. The blue energy, the life-giving force. As the night wore on, a new, unsettling discovery emerged from Marcus's data. The corrupted stream, he announced, his voice tight, pointing to a shimmering, chaotic energy field emanating from the Heartstone's base, flowing outwards into the surrounding Blackwood. It's not just a byproduct of the Heartstone's awakening, it's also feeding the echo. We all looked at him confused. Feeding it, Lena asked, how? The corrupted stream, Marcus explained, is essentially raw, unchanneled Heartstone energy. It's like an open wound. The echo, being a creature of imbalance and absorption, is able to siphon off this chaotic energy, converting it into its own destructive force. It's not just attacking the Heartstone, it's feeding from its undirected power. Dr. Thorne gasped, the chaos, that's why it's so powerful. It's drawing strength from the Heartstone itself, but in a perverted, parasitic way. This was a chilling revelation. Our efforts to awaken the Heartstone, though necessary, had also inadvertently provided the echo with a new, potent food source. It wasn't just a stalemate, it was a slow, agonizing drain. So if it's feeding off the corrupted stream, I said, a terrifying thought forming in my mind, then we have to cut off its food supply, we have to seal the corrupted stream. Marcus nodded grimly. Precisely. If we can rechannel that chaotic energy, bring it back into the Heartstone's harmonic flow, we could effectively starve the echo, but it's incredibly risky. We're talking about manipulating the raw, untamed power of the Heartstone. Lena, ever practical, pointed to the echo, still circling, still watching. It's not going to let us do that. It knows, it feels the connection, it will fight to protect its food source. The plan began to take shape, born out of desperate necessity. We needed to rechannel the corrupted stream. Marcus would use the modulator to create a targeted counterfrequency, a harmonic pulse designed to draw the chaotic energy back into the Heartstone's stable flow. But he would need time, and he would need to be close to the Heartstone's base, right in the line of fire. The ancient carvings, Dr. Thorne suddenly declared, pointing to his sketches, they are not just conduits, they are also like circuit breakers. If we can activate them, if we can resonate with their ancient programming, they might be able to help us channel the corrupted energy back into the Heartstone. This meant a multi-pronged approach. Marcus would focus on the modulator, creating the counterfrequency. Dr. Thorne and I would need to physically interact with the ancient carvings, trying to activate them to help facilitate the rechanneling process. And Lena would be our guardian, our shield, holding off the echo. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky with hues of bruised purple and fiery orange, the echo let out a low, challenging growl. It seemed to sense our resolve, our new plan. Its red eyes blazed with a renewed, terrifying intensity. The battle was inevitable. All right, Lena said, her voice firm, pulling out her high-intensity sonic emitter. This is it. Alex, Dr. Thorne, stay low, focus on those carvings. Marcus, get ready, I'll create a diversion. The echo began to move, its circling pattern tightening, its strides growing longer, more deliberate. It was testing the limits of the amulet's ward, searching for a weakness and opening. Now, Lena yelled. She activated the sonic emitter. A piercing, oscillating tone, far more intense than Marcus's infrasound, erupted across the plateau. It wasn't designed to harm, but to disorient, to cause acute discomfort. The sound waves slammed into the echo, causing it to shriek in pain, its massive form stumbling backward, momentarily breaking its focused advance. Go, Lena yelled, opening fire with her rifle. A desperate volley aimed at the creature's face, trying to maximize the distraction. Marcus, his face a mask of concentration, immediately connected the modulator to a specialized port on the Heartstone's crystalline base. He began to input a complex sequence of frequencies, his fingers flying across the holographic interface. Rechanneling sequence initiated, he announced, his voice tight. I need a few minutes for the frequency to lock. Dr. Thorne and I, clutching our respective amulets, scrambled towards the nearest cluster of ancient carvings. They pulsed faintly now, responding to the Heartstone's desperate call. I chose one with an intricate pattern of swirling lines mirroring the corrupted stream. I pressed the amulet against it, willing the power to flow, remembering Liam's conviction, his courage. As the amulet made contact, a surge of green energy shot through me, tingling through my very bones. The carving under my hand glowed with an intense emerald light, pulsing in sync with my heartbeat. I heard Dr. Thorne let out a similar gasp of awe as he activated another carving nearby. The heartstone responded instantly. Its green and blue lights flared, and the corrupted stream, which had been a chaotic, shimmering flow, began to shimmer differently. It was now being drawn, pulled back towards the heartstone like water flowing uphill against an invisible current. The echo, meanwhile, roared in furious protest, thrashing wildly, trying to break through Lena's sonic assault in the amulet's localized ward. "It's working," Marcus yelled. "The corrupted stream is being rechanneled, but the echo knows it's fighting back." Indeed, the echo, despite the sonic assault, was slowly but surely pushing back against the invisible green barrier of the amulets. Its immense strength was overwhelming the ward's passive defense. The green light from the amulets flickered, straining under the pressure. Its red eyes, now focused on us, radiated pure malevolent intent. It knew we were the key to its food supply. Lena, seeing the imminent breach, pulled out her last resort, a handful of specialized high-intensity flare grenades. "Incoming," she yelled, and hurled them one after another at the echo's head. The flares erupted in a blinding, scorching blaze of light and smoke, forcing the echo to recoil again, shrieking in pain. It was a temporary reprieve, but it bought us precious seconds. "Almost there," Marcus shouted, his voice hoarse. "Just a few more seconds for the frequency lock." Dr. Thorne and I continued to press our amulets against the carvings, channeling the Heartstone's green energy, urging the corrupted stream back into its rightful place. The carvings vibrated under our touch, their ancient power awakening, becoming active conduits. Then, with a final shuddering surge, Marcus yelled, "Locked, rechanneling complete." A powerful harmonic pulse of green and blue energy erupted from the Heartstone, radiating outwards, engulfing the entire plateau. The corrupted stream, which had been a shimmering flow of chaos, snapped back into the Heartstone's core, rejoining the harmonious flow. It was like watching a wound close, a broken circuit repaired. The echo let out a choked, desperate shriek. The energy that had been feeding it, the raw, chaotic power, was suddenly cut off. Its massive form seemed to shrink, to waver, its bark-like skin losing some of its oppressive darkness. Its red eyes flickered wildly, filled with a primal fear. It was no longer consuming, it was starving. The sonic emitter, its job done, powered down. Lena lowered her rifle, her face streaked with sweat and grime, but a look of grim triumph on her face. The echo, weakened and disoriented, let out a final, pained bellow. It stumbled backward away from the Heartstone, away from us, its movements jerky and uncertain. It looked at the rechanneled Heartstone, now pulsing with a steady, magnificent harmony, and then at us, its ancient adversaries. It was defeated for now, it knew it. With a final, lingering glare of hatred, the echo turned and retreated, melting back into the shimmering distortions at the edge of the plateau, its immense form vanishing into the darkening forest. The profound silence it left behind was almost as terrifying as its rage, but it was a silence of temporary victory, not defeat. We stood there breathing heavily, watching the spot where it had vanished, waiting for it to return. But it didn't. The plateau was silent once more, bathed in the steady, harmonious glow of the Heartstone. Marcus, trembling with exhaustion and exhilaration, finally straightened up. "It worked," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "The Heartstone is completely stable, the corrupted stream is sealed, it's no longer feeding the echo." Dr. Thorne collapsed onto the ground, leaning against a carving, his face pale but radiant with triumph. "We did it. We saved the Heartstone, we cut off its lifeline." I too felt a profound wave of relief, followed by an immense exhaustion. I looked at the amulets, still glowing faintly on the ground, then at the magnificent Heartstone pulsing with its green and blue light. Liam's legacy, it was all real. Lena walked over, inspecting the scorch marks on the ground where the echo had fought, then checking our vitals. "It's not over," she said, her voice grim, "but we've dealt it a major blow. It won't be able to recover its strength quickly. We've bought ourselves some time." The sun was now fully risen, painting the sky with a brilliant array of colors. The Plateau of Whispers, once a place of terrifying distortions and chaotic energy, was now a sanctuary bathed in the pure, potent light of the Heartstone. We spent the next few hours consolidating our position, resting, and most importantly, gathering more data. Marcus ran comprehensive diagnostics on the Heartstone, confirming its complete stabilization. He also began to work on a more permanent solution for linking the Heartstone's power to the main ward. "The Heartstone is transmitting its full power across the entire ley line network," he explained, projecting a holographic map of the Blackwood, now vibrant with green and blue lines. "The main ward and the cairns are drawing directly from it, amplifying their own power. The entire ancient defense system is online, stronger than ever." Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, was meticulously documenting the rechanneling process, sketching the activated carvings, trying to understand the intricate interplay of ancient wisdom and primordial energy. "These carvings are remarkable," he mused, tracing a finger over a particularly complex symbol. "They are not just art, they are living technology designed to guide the flow of the Heartstone's energy. They act as filters, as amplifiers, as directional conduits. The ancients truly mastered the manipulation of these forces. I too felt a new sense of purpose. My camera clicked, capturing the serene majesty of the Heartstone, the relief on my companions' faces, the silent testament to our shared struggle. I picked up the amulets. They were no longer glowing intensely, but they held a steady internal warmth, a quiet strength. They were now more than just protective charms. They were a direct link to the Heartstone, to the ancient power that permeated the Blackwood. Lena, after setting up a more robust surveillance system around the plateau, returned to us, her face still grim but with a hint of satisfaction. "It's gone," she reported. "No thermal signatures, no acoustic anomalies. It retreated deep into the forest, but it will be back. It's too intelligent, too ancient to give up. It will find a new way to adapt." "We've weakened it," Dr. Thorne said, a glint of determination in his eye. "It is no longer feeding on chaos. It will need time to recover its strength. This gives us a crucial advantage." "So what's next?" I asked, looking at the now stable, magnificent Heartstone. We had achieved our primary objective. Marcus, his face alight with scientific fervor, pointed to the Heartstone. "We need to understand its full potential. How can we use its power, not just defensively, but offensively? How can we bind the echo permanently or even banish it?" Dr. Thorne nodded. "The ancient texts speak of rituals, of a way to seal the veil or bind the shadow. But these are incredibly complex, dangerous procedures. We need to decode the full story of these carvings, the complete narrative of the ancient struggle. The Heartstone is not just a power source, it is also a library holding the accumulated knowledge of millennia." Lena, however, had a more immediate concern. "We can't stay here indefinitely. We're exposed. The Echo will eventually find a way to circumvent this ward. We need to take this knowledge back to the tower, analyze it, and formulate our next move. And we need to prepare for its inevitable return." We all agreed. We had gained invaluable insights, pushed back the creature, and stabilized the Heartstone. But the war was far from over. This was merely a battle won, a reprieve earned. The Blackwood, now vibrant with the Heartstone's benevolent energy, still held its secrets and its dangers. The Echo, though wounded, was still out there, lurking in the primordial shadows, planning its next move. As we began to pack our equipment, preparing for the arduous descent from the plateau, Marcus made a final, unsettling discovery on his sensors. "There's a faint, residual energy signature," he murmured, pointing to a small, isolated area on the holographic map, deep within the Blackwood, far from the Heartstone, far from the main ward, far from the cairns. "A different signature," Marcus clarified, his voice still low, almost a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the fragile peace we had just won. "Not the Echo's chaotic energy, not the Heartstone's harmonious pulse. It's a flicker, like an ember of something that was once alive but is now almost extinguished, and it's radiating a faint, almost imperceptible warmth." Dr. Thorne peered at the holographic map. An ember, could it be another aspect of the corrupted stream that broke off, a residual pocket of instability? Lena shook her head, her gaze fixed on the map. "It's too far, too isolated from the Heartstone, and too weak. The Echo wouldn't bother with something so insignificant, not after its defeat. This feels different." My mind immediately went to Liam, an ember, a warmth. It resonated with the lingering presence I sometimes felt from him, the warmth of the amulets. Could it be connected to Liam, I asked, almost reluctantly, or to something he was looking for, something even he didn't fully understand? Marcus zoomed in on the anomaly. It was a tiny, almost insignificant speck deep in a section of the Blackwood we hadn't yet explored, an area marked on Lena's map as the verdant maze due to its incredibly dense, ancient vegetation. "It's in a pocket of extreme biodiversity," he noted. "A microclimate almost, and the energy signature, though weak, is incredibly ancient. As old as the Heartstone itself, perhaps even older." Dr. Thorne's eyes widened. "The wellspring of life," the ancient texts spoke of a sister wellspring, a source of pure, untainted life energy that existed in perfect balance with the Heartstone's power. It was said to be the Blackwood's true heart, its ability to endlessly regenerate and heal. But it was thought to be a myth, a legend of the deepest forest. A sister wellspring, the pure, untainted blue energy, perhaps isolated and forgotten, a source of hope or a new, unforeseen danger. The Echo was a creature of imbalance, of chaos. Could this wellspring be the key to truly understanding and containing it? Lena, ever practical, brought us back to Earth. "Myths or not, we need to get back to the tower. We've pushed our luck enough for one day. We need to analyze all this data, fortify our defenses, and then maybe investigate this new anomaly. The Echo is out there, remember, and it will be back." The descent from the Plateau of Whispers was just as arduous as the ascent, but filled with a new sense of purpose and a cautious optimism. The Blackwood seemed less menacing now, the oppressive silence replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant calls of unseen birds. The Heartstone's vibrant green and blue light was a comforting beacon, visible even from miles away, a constant reminder of our victory. Back at the lookout tower, we immediately set to work. Marcus was a whirlwind of activity, processing the Heartstone's data. He discovered that the Heartstone, now fully stable and rechanneled, was broadcasting its energies in two distinct yet interwoven frequencies. The green was indeed the protective defensive aspect, strengthening the existing wards and actively repelling any chaotic energies. The blue, however, was a constant, gentle pulse of regenerative energy, actively healing the blackwood itself, nourishing the ancient trees and drawing new life into the scarred areas where the echo had rampaged. The blackwood is healing, Marcus announced, projecting a new holographic map. The dark, blighted areas on the map, once marked by the echo's parasitic drain, were slowly but surely being reclaimed by vibrant green and blue hues. The forest is coming alive again. The heartstone is not just a shield, it's a living heart pumping life back into the blackwood. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, was consumed by Liam's journal and the ancient texts. He discovered that the wellspring of life, or Ethel's bloom as some texts called it, was believed to be the true counterpart to the heartstone. While the heartstone provided power and defense, Ethel's bloom was the source of all organic life within the blackwood, nurturing its unique flora and fauna and acting as a natural counterbalance to any destructive force. If the heartstone was the brain, Ethel's bloom was the soul. The ancients believed that if both were aligned and pure, Dr. Thorne explained, his voice hushed with reverence, the blackwood would achieve a state of perfect, unassailable balance. No darkness could penetrate, no chaos could take root. It was their ultimate vision for preserving this forest. The chilling part came next. The echo, Dr. Thorne continued, is not merely a creature of chaos. It is the absence of life, a void that seeks to consume and corrupt. It's drawn to imbalance. If it were to corrupt Ethel's bloom, it would mean the slow, agonizing death of the entire blackwood. No amount of warding would save it then. The forest would simply wither from within. The stakes were higher than ever. The echo, driven by instinct and ancient animosity, would inevitably be drawn to Ethel's bloom, especially now that the heartstone was stabilized and its corrupted feeding stream was cut off. It needed a new source of imbalance, a new vulnerability to exploit. Lena confirmed this grim assessment. Her long-range thermal sensors, now boosted by the heartstone's wider energy field, picked up faint, sporadic heat signatures deep within the blackwood, slowly but surely converging on the area Marcus had identified as the verdant maze. It's regrouping, she said, her voice grim. And it's heading for the wellspring. It senses its vulnerability, its purity. It will try to corrupt it, to turn its life-giving energy into a new feeding ground. The decision was clear. We had to move. We had to protect Ethel's bloom. This was the final battle, the last stand for the blackwood. Our preparations for this mission were even more intense than for the heartstone. Marcus, using the knowledge from the heartstone's rechanneling, devised a new, more powerful version of his frequency modulator. This one was designed not just to stabilize energy, but to amplify specific frequencies from the heartstone and, hopefully, Ethel's bloom. If we can align the protective green energy of the heartstone with the regenerative blue energy of the wellspring, he explained, we might be able to create a harmonic resonance that can truly bind the echo once and for all. It won't be destruction, but encapsulation. It will be contained within the blackwood, but rendered inert, unable to cause harm. Dr. Thorne pored over the ancient texts for any mention of Ethel's bloom's natural defenses or specific rituals for its protection. He found fragmented references to luminous pollen and singing crystals, believed to be the wellspring's purest manifestations, capable of repelling destructive energies. Lena, meanwhile, focused on equipping us for a protracted, intense engagement. Extra ammunition, more powerful sonic emitters, and even experimental bioluminescent flares that created a powerful, sustained burst of light. We need every advantage we can get, she said, checking her rifle. This is its last chance, it won't hold back. I focused on the amulets. They now pulsed with a steady, comforting warmth, radiating both green and blue light, a testament to their connection to both the heartstone and, implicitly, Ethel's bloom. Liam's notes on the verdant maze spoke of a profound sense of peace there, a vibrant life force unlike anywhere else in the blackwood. He described ancient trees that sang with 1,000 voices and flowers that glowed with inner light. He had been drawn there, but like the heartstone, had never reached its core. This was his final legacy, his unfinished journey. The journey to the verdant maze was unlike anything we had experienced. The further we ventured, the denser the forest became, the air growing thick with the scent of rich earth and exotic blossoms. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the colossal canopy, creating a perpetual twilight filled with shimmering greens and dappled blues. Strange, bioluminescent fungi pulsed on tree trunks, casting soft, ethereal glows. Birds with iridescent feathers sang melodies that seemed to echo from ancient times. Marcus's sensors, now finely tuned, picked up the faint, warm signature of Ethel's bloom. It's here, he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. The energy is pure, untainted. It's like a song, a symphony of life. As we drew closer, the ground beneath our feet softened, becoming a carpet of moss and soft, nutrient-rich earth. Giant, ancient trees, their trunks impossibly wide, formed a natural labyrinth, their branches intertwining to create natural archways and vaulted ceilings. The air hummed with a tangible life force, a gentle energy that soothed our weary minds and bodies. Then Lena held up a hand. Hold, she whispered, her voice tense. I'm picking up multiple thermal signatures ahead and a localized energy drain. It's here, it's already engaged. My blood ran cold, the echo had beaten us to it. We moved forward cautiously, navigating the verdant labyrinth. As we rounded a bend, the scene before us was horrifying. The echo, massive and terrible, stood at the edge of a breathtaking clearing. In the center of this clearing, rising from a pool of crystal clear water, was Ethel's bloom. It was a colossal crystalline flower, its petals spiraling upwards like living emeralds, constantly shifting in hue from deep jade to luminous sapphire, radiating a pure, vibrant blue light. Around its base, the water shimmered with thousands of small, glowing crystals, the singing crystals from Dr. Thorne's research humming with a gentle, melodic tone. And in the air, swirling like motes of starlight, were clouds of iridescent, luminous pollen. But the scene was marred by the echo's presence. It was reaching out, its clawed hands tearing at the ground, its dark energy siphoning the life force from the surrounding trees, leaving them withered and gray. Its red eyes burned with a malevolent glee focused on Ethel's bloom. It wasn't just attempting to corrupt it, it was devouring it. The edges of the crystalline flower were beginning to dim, its vibrant blue light flickering erratically, fighting against the encroaching darkness. It's absorbing the wellspring's energy, Dr. Thorne gasped, his face etched with horror. It's corrupting the life force itself. Marcus immediately deployed his modulator. The energy readings from Ethel's bloom are fluctuating wildly. We need to stabilize it now. Lena didn't hesitate. She knew we couldn't afford another standoff. Attack formation, she yelled. Marcus, get the modulator online. Dr. Thorne, Alex, focus on those crystals and pollen. I'll draw its attention. She opened fire, a concentrated burst of shots aimed at the creature's head. This time, however, something was different. As the bullets impacted, the luminous pollen in the air around Ethel's bloom swirled, drawn by the disturbance, and seemed to coalesce around the creature. The echo roared not with pain but with a choked, sputtering sound. The pollen, like iridescent dust, coated its dark, bark-like skin. Where it touched, the echo's form seemed to shimmer, to waver, as if its very substance was being disrupted. Its red eyes flickered wildly, and it stumbled backward away from Ethel's bloom. The luminous pollen, Dr. Thorne shouted, a look of revelation on his face. It's a natural repellent, it disrupts the echo's energy. Alex, focus the amulets, try to draw more pollen towards it. I didn't need to be told twice. I gripped the amulets, now glowing with a furious green and blue light, and thrust them towards the echo, willing the pollen to obey. As if guided by an unseen hand, the clouds of luminous pollen swirled violently, rushing towards the creature, engulfing it in a dazzling, iridescent storm. The echo shrieked, a sound of pure agony, thrashing wildly. Its massive form writhed, struggling against the pervasive pollen. It was being blinded, disoriented, its dark energy unable to cope with the purity of the wellspring's defense. This was our chance. Marcus, now, Lena yelled, emptying her clip into the creature's thrashing form, not to harm, but to keep it disoriented. Marcus, meanwhile, had connected his modulator to a nearby cluster of the singing crystals. They pulsed with an intense blue light as his equipment whirred to life. Activating harmonic resonance, focusing Heartstone's green frequency and Ethel's bloom's blue frequency, it's going to be powerful. A deep, resonating hum, far more profound and complex than anything before, emanated from the crystals. It was a perfect symphony of green and blue, intertwining, rising in pitch and intensity. The sound waves permeated the entire clearing, vibrating through the earth, the trees, and our very bones. It wasn't a destructive sound, it was a sound of perfect balance, of pure, unadulterated harmony. The echo shrieked, a sound of true, final defeat. The combined frequencies, amplified by the crystals and focused by the modulator, slammed into its core. The luminous pollen, now energized by the harmonic resonance, seemed to penetrate its very essence. Its bark-like skin began to crackle and flake away, not into smoke, but into glittering, iridescent dust that was immediately absorbed by the surrounding verdant growth. Its massive form began to shrink, to twist, to unravel. The burning red in its eyes dimmed, flickered, and then extinguished entirely, replaced by a hollow, empty blackness. The guttural roars faded into a choked, whimpering gurgle. It wasn't being destroyed, it was being unmade. The absence of life was being filled with life, the chaos subsumed by perfect harmony. The ground around Ethel's bloom, where the echo had siphoned the life force, began to instantly regenerate. The withered trees straightened, their leaves unfurling with renewed vibrancy. The crystal-clear pool shimmered, reflecting the now brilliant blue light of Ethel's bloom, which pulsed with renewed vigor, its petals spiraling with breathtaking majesty. The echo, now a mere shadow of its former self, crumpled to the ground, a shriveled, husk-like form. The luminous pollen enveloped it completely, not as a shroud, but as a cocoon of vibrant, living energy. Its dark mass began to break down slowly, agonizingly, transforming not into ash or dust, but into rich, fertile earth, becoming one with the blackwood, its destructive essence purified and reintegrated into the cycle of life. The silence that followed was not oppressive but profound. It was the silence of perfect balance, of ancient harmony restored. The air was crisp, clean, filled with the scent of pine and blossoms. The singing crystals around Ethel's bloom hummed a gentle melodic tune, a lullaby of victory. We stood there breathing heavily, watching the last vestiges of the echo dissolve into the earth. It was over. The ancient terror, the source of so much fear and destruction, was gone. Not destroyed, but bound, transformed, its chaotic essence returned to the earth from which it had sprung, forever integrated into the Blackwood cycle, never to rise again. Lena lowered her rifle, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on her cheek, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. "It's done," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "It's truly done." Marcus, leaning against his modulator, was trembling, his face pale but radiant with triumph. The harmonic resonance, it worked. It created a field of perfect balance, a true encapsulation. The echo can no longer exist as a separate, destructive entity. It's part of the Blackwood now, but as a source of fertility, not chaos. Dr. Thorne knelt by the transforming husk of the echo, observing the glittering dust in the rich earth. The ancients believed in the ultimate balance, he mused, his voice filled with awe. Not eradication, but reintegration. The echo was an imbalance, a void. By restoring the Heartstone and aligning it with Ethel's bloom, we filled that void with life, with harmony. It is a profound, beautiful justice. I clutched the amulets. They now glowed with a soft, steady warmth, a perfect blend of green and blue, a permanent connection to the heartwood and Ethel's bloom, to the very essence of the Blackwood. Liam's presence was stronger than ever, not as a ghost, but as a living memory, a guiding light. He had started this journey, and we had finished it, honoring his legacy, fulfilling his quest for truth. The Blackwood was safe. We spent the next few days in the verdant maze, consolidating our findings. Marcus integrated the amplified energies of Ethel's bloom with the Heartstone's network, creating a dynamic, self-regulating energy system that permeated the entire Blackwood. The main ward at the tower now pulsed with a strength unseen in millennia, constantly reinforced by the combined energies of the two ancient wellsprings. The cairns across the Blackwood flared with renewed vigor, their protective barriers now impenetrable. Dr. Thorne, using his vast knowledge of ancient lore, began to decode the true purpose of the ancient carvings and the singing crystals. They were not just conduits or wards, but an intricate system of bioattunement, designed by the ancients to maintain the Blackwood's ecological and spiritual balance. He theorized that the ancients, working in harmony with the Heartstone and Ethel's bloom, could even communicate with the forest on a deeper level, understanding its needs, guiding its growth, and ensuring its eternal health. Lena, after deploying a network of biosensors throughout the Blackwood, confirmed that all residual chaotic energy had vanished. The forest was vibrant, thriving, more alive than ever before. The wildlife, once scarce and wary, began to return, their songs echoing through the renewed canopy. The Blackwood was healing, becoming a true sanctuary. Our journey, however, wasn't over. We had secured the Blackwood, but our mission had forged a bond between us, a shared purpose that extended beyond mere survival. Lena took on the role of the Blackwood's new guardian. Her knowledge of the forest, her tracking skills, and her unwavering determination made her the perfect protector. She would ensure that the balance we had fought so hard to restore remained undisturbed, and she would continue to monitor for any new threats, natural or otherwise. She established a small, hidden outpost near the Heartstone, a sentinel guarding the Blackwood's core. Dr. Thorne dedicated himself to documenting our discoveries, translating the ancient texts, and teaching the next generation about the Blackwood's intricate magic and delicate balance. He would ensure that the mistakes of the past, the forgotten knowledge that had allowed the echo to rise, would never be repeated. He envisioned a new era of stewardship where humanity and nature coexisted in harmony. Marcus, a scientist through and through, focused on expanding our understanding of the Heartstone and Ethel's bloom. He believed their combined energies held untold potential, not just for defense, but for healing, for sustainable energy, for truly understanding the fundamental forces of the natural world. He dreamt of a future where their power could be safely channeled to benefit humanity without harming the Blackwood. He became the architect of the Blackwood's future, its technological shepherd. In me, I found my calling. I continued Liam's work not just through his journal, but by exploring the Blackwood, documenting its resurgence, and sharing its story with the world. I became its chronicler, its storyteller, ensuring that its magic and its lessons would never be forgotten. The amulets, still warm and humming with the Heartstone's energy, became my constant companions, a silent link to Liam, a reminder of the truth we had uncovered together. The Blackwood was no longer a place of fear and shadows. It was a beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the unwavering courage of those who dared to protect it. Our journey had begun with a mystery, led us through darkness, and ended in the triumph of light, life, and the enduring harmony of the ancient forest. We were its guardians, its children, its voice. And as long as the Heartstone pulsed and Ethel's bloom sang, the Blackwood would thrive, forever alive, forever protected.